and that's why they are here in New York. A lot's happened to both these teams since April 6th. Francisco Liriano in Chicago about 4 weeks later pitched his no-hitter. And then in August in Detroit, Jim Thome reached the 600 home run milestone. A memorable moment for Thome and baseball fans all over the country. And they've had some of those moments here in New York as well. Mariano Rivera picking up his 600th save. He enters today's game, one save off the all-time record. And Derek Jeter, part of a 5-for-5 game. He got his 3,000th hit. Part of a memorable season again for the Yankees here in the Bronx. And back on April 6th, it was my partner's birthday. We never really got to do the day justice, so here we are.
We're going to do it again. 201 more days until my next birthday, but happy birthday to me here in New York. You know, one thing about New York again, going to postseason. This Yankee ball club, again, going to try to win a World Series. For the Twins, it's going to be a lot of young guys getting a lot of first at-bats here in New York.
And as you listen to our broadcast today, try to take what he says seriously. Twins hoping to end an 8-game losing streak, and a lot of young guys are going to have the thrill at playing in Yankee Stadium for the first time.
Twins Community Fund, helping get more kids in the game.
GMC Truck Month. For all those times when it's just you and your trailer. For all those times when the job demands that you stay connected. For those times when nothing comes between you and the game. We offer our best Sierra ever. During GMC Truck Month, get 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 cash allowance on Sierra, plus 1 year of SiriusXM satellite radio, including every NFL game.
Twins baseball on Fox Sports North is brought to you in HD by Sony.
At Bloomington Hyundai, we put our backs into earning your business. That's why we're the #1 Hyundai dealer in the Upper Midwest. Lease a 2012 Sonata GLS for only $199 a month at Bloomington Hyundai. Always working hard for you.
Out there. Range Rover Sport. Attractive lease and finance offers available at your Land Rover retailer.
At Bloomington Hyundai, we put our backs into earning your business. That's why we're the #1 Hyundai dealer in the Upper Midwest. Lease a 2012 Sonata GLS for only $199 a month at Bloomington Hyundai. Always working hard for you.
You're watching Fox Sports North.
Welcome back, Twins and Yankees from New York City, a city that a half a century ago was impacted by a couple of Minnesotans. 50 years ago, a pair of Iron Rangers rocked the Big Apple. In 1961, Hibbing native Bob Dylan drifted to New York, where he would change the music world forever. During Dylan's first summer in the city, fellow Hibbing native Roger Maris was also making history. The 61 season is one of the most memorable ever, as the original M&M boys, Mantle and Maris, chased the Babes' single-season home run record, a summer-long drama that ended on the final day.
Fastball hit deep to right. This could be it. Way back there.
In the half-century since, the times they have been a-changin', but a few things have stayed the same. Dylan continues to make a profound impact on the music industry, and the Yankees have remained baseball's dominant team. And he ends the game. And 50 years after Maris made history, current Yankee Derek Jeter did too.
That ball is high. It is far. It is gone. And there it is. Hit number 3,000.
Come gather round, people, wherever you roam. The Twins and Yankees are next on Fox Sports North. And the recording of another New York legend, Robert Merrill, singing our national anthem. Twins were rained out back at the very beginning of the season, and now these two teams winding up the regular season, heading in different directions. The Yankees headed for the playoffs again, and the Twins are headed into an off season with thoughts of 2012. Here's the Menards batting order for the Twins. And 7 of the 9 batters in the starting lineup will be playing the first game here at Yankee Stadium, including Ben Revere, Trevor Plouffe, Michael Kadyr's been here before, Chris Parmelee, Danny Valencia was here last year, and then Brian Dinkelman, Luke Hughes, Joe Benson, and Rene Rivera.
And it'll be A.J. Burnett on the mound for the Yankees, making his 31st start of the year, and his third against the Twins.
Wait a minute, that's not A.J. Burnett out there on the mound.
It's Regis Philbin, I believe.
Regis Philbin throwing out the ceremonial first toss. And now A.J. Burnett will take over, hoping for a much better outing than the one he had at Target Field against the Twins.
Let's take a look at the scouting report. Inconsistent as a Yankee starter. 96 career starts in a Yankee uniform since signing as a free agent. 33 and 35 with an ERA at almost 5. And what we've seen the good part of A.J. Burnett earlier this year here in New York, and then the A.J. Burnett that the Twins hit around in an inning and 2/3. He gave up 7 earned runs. This is his 11th career start against the Twins. He's 4-2 with an ERA at 4.19 against the Twins. And here in New York against the Twins, he's 1-0 in 3 starts.
Northland Ford defense for the Yankees. They begin this game with a magic number of 7 in the American League East. Andrew Jones, Curtis Granderson, Nick Swisher, the outfielders, Alex Rodriguez, Derek Jeter, Robinson Cano, Mark Teixeira, and Russell Martin, an all-star infield.
Yeah, I don't think as much as if the Yankees are going to go to postseason, it's who's going to go in the East besides the New York Yankees. You know, Tampa Bay's making a run at it right now. Boston, you know, has that lead over the Rays, but, you know, Boston's schedule kind of favoring Boston, where the Tampa Bay Rays have to play the Yankees.
Inconsistent in whole, an ERA of 5.20, a losing record for a team that's got the best lineup in baseball. And there's some who think that come playoff time, A.J. Burnett might not be in the starting rotation.
Well, that's why I mentioned, you know, he's been inconsistent as a Yankee starter. Last year, on a very good ball club, 10 wins, 15 losses, an ERA at 5.26. So the Yankees, you know, are hoping. Now, he's coming off a very good start in his last start against the Seattle Mariners, where he only gave up 2 runs in 6 very good innings in a win over the Mariners, plus a season-high 11 strikeout game.
Here's Ben Revere, and he takes down an in ball 1.
We showed you the numbers, just too many walks. 80 walks in 179 innings pitched for A.J. Burnett.
Walks as much as anything else did him in at Target Field, up and away 2-0. It was a very distressing outing for Burnett. Twins knocked him out in the second. Burnett showed some frustration as he came off the mound, being taken out of the game. There's a strike on the outside corner.
Well, Burnett, 34 years old. This is his 13th major league season.
2-1 to Revere, and up the middle, and it will skip over the bag. Jeter simply knocks it down, knowing he had no chance to throw out Revere, and it's a leadoff single for Ben Revere. Yeah, the race isn't so much for first place, but for the wild card spot. Just 2 games separating Boston and Tampa Bay.
Yeah, Boston plays the Baltimore Orioles, I believe, 7 more times, as the Tampa Bay Rays has to play the Yankees, I believe, 7 more times as the season winds down.
Here's Trevor Plouffe. And Revere will be checked at first. He has 30 steals in his rookie season.
Burnett does have that high leg kick.
Revere goes right away. Didn't get a particularly good jump, but he's in with a steal. Look, he kind of spun his wheels. For some reason, the Yankees have a little extra dirt spread around the first base area and sliding area into second base, and it looked like he kind of spun his wheels a little bit.
Martin's throw a little bit on the shortstop side, and that allows Ben Revere to slide on the outfield side and steal his 31st base.
So Plouffe with a man in scoring position. Swing and a miss. 1-1.
Revere with that stolen base, now tied with Luis Rivas for 31 steals when he stole 31, tying a rookie record for the Twins. Rivas did his in 2001.
Breaking ball and a swing and a miss. 1-2.
And that's the key to A.J. Burnett. Get that breaking ball over. If he gets that over, he's going to be nasty here this afternoon. Good fastball in the low 90s, but the curveball. Now, he does throw a lot of wild pitches, 25 so far this year, the most in baseball.
And Plouffe takes down and away. 2-2. Can only imagine how much a run or two of support very early on would mean for Scott Diamond, making his first start here at Yankee Stadium.
Well, he has not had a lot of run support in his first 5 starts when he's been on the mound. So a run early here would help him.
And Plouffe tries to shoot one to the right side and lifts it foul into the seats.
Yeah, you do it until 2 strikes. Now you have to deal with just making contact. Burnett, a strikeout pitcher, 159 strikeouts and 179 innings pitched.
Breaking ball got him. 1 away.
Yeah, that just froze him right there. There's that curveball I was talking about. That's a big pitch for A.J. Burnett. Get ahead with a fastball, then drop the hammer on him. And this ball pretty much starts at Trevor Fleck, and you saw his reaction, Trevor Plouffe. And you saw his reaction. A.J. Burnett picks up a big strikeout.
Trevor Fleck is our producer in the truck outside
I've
Yankee
been talking
Stadium
to him
today.
all morning.
Here's Michael Kadire.
Should have talked to Trevor Plouffe.
And there's a strike taken by Kadire, the right fielder in the game. Again, Kadire and Valencia, the only Twins who played here at Yankee Stadium prior to this game.
Yeah, Kadire, not a lot of luck against A.J. Burnett, just 2 hits and 21 at-bats.
And with 1 out, the Yankees think Revere might have some thoughts of stealing third base.
Yeah, Robinson Cano playing very close to second base.
Way out in front. 2 strikes. Breaking pitch spinning down and away.
Seven games played between these 2 ball clubs so far this year. Yankees have the advantage 5-2.
Bounce to the right side. Revere will advance, and Cano flips to first for out number 2. And that'll bring up Chris Parmelee. And this Twins game brought to you this afternoon in Sony High Definition. Well, Chris Parmelee with a chance here in his first Yankee Stadium at bat to drive in a run with a hit.
Parmalee has been swinging a good bat. 12 hits in 33 Major League at-bats. This is his 11th Major League game. See the batting average at 364.
Breaking ball at the knees, a strike. Parmalee hit his first Major League home run at Target Field on Saturday. Tap foul, 2 strikes.
You know, Dick, I remember back in 1970 when I joined the Twins. This actually third road trip, my second Major League start was here in New York, and I remember walking into the old Yankee Stadium, and you're in awe. And I can only imagine with Parmalee and the other guys that have never been here before. You kind of go through the first time you're ever here. You come out early, you look at the stadium, you think of the history of the game of baseball. So much of it has been here.
Parmalee chops it off the plate. The Twins get an infield hit and a stolen base from Ben Revere, but leave him at third. No score after a hit.
I'm Robbie Spikowski, and you're watching Fox Sports North.
Thank you, Twins fans, for another exciting season here at Target Field.
More than 3 million of you came out to cheer us on.
You make Target Field the best ballpark in America.
We're proud to call you our guests and our friends.
Twins fans, it's been a privilege sharing Twins baseball with you.
From all of us at Target Field.
From the game day staff.
And the front office team. And from the boys in the clubhouse, we'd like to tip our caps.
Here's the story of a man named Brody who was done with all the business talk that day. So he left the meeting room at Grand Casino and then went off to play. He decided that he'd try his hand at poker, and he knew that it was much more than a hunch, that by folding he'd get that girl to like him. And that's the way he bravely asked her out to lunch.
Jeep Grand Cherokee is the most awarded SUV ever. And Jeep Wrangler has an all-new powertrain with improved fuel economy, a refined, quiet interior, best-in-class maneuverability and ground clearance. And with some of the year's best deals, there's a lot to celebrate. The Jeep Celebration event, featuring the newest lineup of trail-rated SUVs.
Now, well-qualified lessees get the 2011 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo 4x4 for $339 a month.
Tell us why you should get Circle and sit in the booth with Bert on FoxSportsNorth.com.
Minnesota Twins baseball on Fox Sports North is brought to you by your local Northland Ford dealers. Visit your local Northland Ford dealer or go to NorthlandFord.com. By Menards. Save big money on all your home improvement needs at Menards. And by Window Concepts of Minnesota. Derek Jeter in the box, ready to get going here in the Yankee half of the first inning. And he'll face left-hander Scott Diamond.
Diamond making his 6th Major League start.
And up and away, ball 1. As we showed you in the open, it's been a memorable year for Jeter, reaching the 3,000 hit level. First Yankee to do that. 2-0. Jeter, Granderson, and Teixeira to face Diamond here in the first inning.
Yeah, very good hitting. The Yankee Ball Club, of course, most home runs hit in the American League, 210, and this is a club you want to work ahead in the count, and Diamond falling behind early. Diamond fastball, not overpowering, mixes a curveball, slider, and a very good changeup. Fastball away, Rivera sets away, and it's pretty much down the middle of the plate for a strike.
3-1.
Diamond just 25 years old.
Fouled away, 3-2. Some players, position players, have been force-fed at the big league level, and pitchers as well, including Diamond. He was a Rule 5 pickup, and the Twins worked out a trade with the Braves to keep him in the organization. Full count to the leadoff man in the Yankee first. Up the middle and through, a base hit. Twins got a leadoff single from their leadoff man, and now the Yankees do too. Here's the Menard batting order for Joe Girardi. Jeter will be followed by Granderson, then Mark Teixeira, Alex Rodriguez, Robinson Cano, Nick Swisher, Andrew Jones, Jesus Montero, the designated hitter, and Russell Martin, the catcher.
And the scouting report on Scott Diamond. Actually, this is the first career start outside the American League Central Division. He's made 2 major league starts against the Tigers, 2 against the White Sox, 1 against the Indians. And he's coming off a very hard luck loss in his last start against the Tigers. He lost 2-1 against Doug Fister and the Tigers. Allowed only 1 earned run in 6 innings.
Look at Granderson's power numbers. 40 home runs, leading the Yankee team.
Yeah, second to Batista in the American League, also leading in RBIs.
The right center, up and back, and number 41.
Well, there's that home run potential the Yankees have. That's their 211th home run on the year. For Granderson, his 41st. Well, what an impact he has made here in New York, coming over from the Tigers.
He's hitting left-handers better than right-handers, and against lefties, that's his 16th home run of the year.
Yeah, remember a couple years ago, I mean, Jim Leland wasn't playing him against lefties, certain lefties, because of his struggles. But this year, hitting .276 against left-handed pitchers.
A quick 2-0 Yankee lead. Strike 1 to Teixeira. And a bouncer foul. Teixeira very likely will reach the 40 home run level, but his average way down this year, below 250.
And that's been a big problem for the Twins over the years. But this year, the Yankees have hit 13 home runs to the Twins 2. You know, you want to try to keep this ball club in the park, but this Yankee ball club got a lot of power in that lineup.
1-2 to Teixeira. Off the tip of Valencia's glove, or Hughes' glove, I should say. And the 3rd straight hit here in the 1st inning against Scott Diamond. Take a look at the Northland Ford defense for the Twins. Joe Benson is out in left field. Ben Revere in center. Michael Kadire in right. Luke Hughes, Trevor Plouffe, Brian Winkelman, Chris Parmalee with Rene Rivera behind the plate. Still nobody out, and here's Alex Rodriguez. By Yankee standards, certainly by Rodriguez's standards, pedestrian numbers. 16 home runs, 59 runs batted in, but he's been hurt. A thumb injury, the latest ding.
Yeah, he had right knee surgery too that put him out about 6 weeks.
2-0. Trevor Plouffe going to come in and talk to Scott Diamond.
Plouffe just trying to relax the young man right here.
Two and 0 to Rodriguez. Breaking ball wide, and it's 3-0, and now Rivera will go to the mound. Doesn't get any easier. Behind Rodriguez is Cano with his 112 runs batted in.
Just have to take a deep breath when you're here in New York. You're in awe, but you have to try to get these guys out, man. By good quality pitches, you cannot fall behind like Diamond has been.
3-0 to Rodriguez. And a strike. Well, Diamond winters about a mile from here as the crow flies less than a mile over by Columbia University.
Yeah, but he's never stood on that mound.
Plouffe backhands, forced there, And a double play, a very nice double play started by Trevor Plouffe in the hole.
Yeah, nice turn by Dinkelman at second base. So Plouffe going to his right, making a very nice feed over to Dinkelman, and Dinkelman a quick turn. And the Twins get 2 outs on 1 pitch. There you go.
So 2 down suddenly, and here's Cano with the bases empty. You're talking about nice trips to the mound by pitching coach Rick Anderson. Plouffe and Rivera combined to get Diamond settled down perhaps a little bit to get a double play grounder. At the knees, a strike. Twins won't have anybody with 100 runs batted in, but the Yankees already have 3.
Yeah, Granderson leading the American League. Cano, he's second. Then you have, Mark Teixeira at 4th. Pretty powerful offensive team.
1-1 to Cano. One-hop rocket to Parmalee. He'll go to the bag and end the inning. Yankees get 3 hits, including Curtis Granderson's 41st of the year, and it's an early 2-0 lead.
What separates Ram trucks from Ford and Chevy? Well, the legendary Hemi engine, unsurpassed off-road capability, and best-in-class maximum towing, just to name a few. Standing alone never felt so powerful. Come drive one yourself. Ram Power Days.
Get a no extra charge Hemi V8 with 0% APR or up to $5,500 total values on 2011 Ram Crew Cab.
You're watching Fox Sports North.
Buy healthcare? I guess I'd keep it simple.
Yeah, really simple. And I'd be okay with affordable, too.
That's what I get from UCare. They give me a little extra confidence so I can focus on more important things. Like beating these jokers. Again.
Great benefits and a simple, affordable approach to Medicare. UCare, healthcare that starts with you.
Farmers really aren't much different from other small business owners. When we're not out in the field, we're online, keeping tabs on the weather, adapting to changes in the market, and protecting our investment by using good conservation practices. Running a successful small business means providing for your family. But when you're a farmer, it also means providing for everyone else. Now and for generations to come. Brought to you by Minnesota's corn farmers.
Curtis Granderson with a 2-run home run to put the Yankees up early 2-0. And the Twins will send up Danny Valencia, Brian Dinkelman, and Luke Hughes against A.J. Burnett. The Twins were supposed to be done playing the Yankees here before they ever played their first home game of the season. First road trip of the year was in Toronto, then to New York, and then the Twins were supposed to go back home, but they lost the game here on April 6th. And again, happy birthday to you belatedly. Thank you. Got a cake back on April the 6th and didn't feel the need to get you another one.
You did?
I did get you a cake on April 6th.
I don't remember that.
Well, you'll have to trust me on it.
Yeah.
And I just didn't feel the need to get you another one. Danny Valencia with a swinging strike.
Anybody in the booth here remember a cake?
Bobby, you remember the cake, don't you?
No. Mike, you don't remember a cake. There's no cake here on April 6th. No, see? Accountability. I think we mentioned that earlier.
Yeah.
Yep.
2 strikes.
Well, one thing A.J. Burnett has been able to do as a Yankee, even though his record is under 500 as a starter, gets a lot of run support. You know, all these Yankee starters, and there's strike. You start looking for that breaking ball, he zips that fastball right by you, and A.J. Burnett picking up the second strikeout. That's why it was so important for him early in that first inning to show I can get that curveball over, because then he could sneak that baby right by you. Remember, he struck out Trevor Plouffe on that curveball, and then he threw a lot of breaking balls in that first inning, and then the fastball. Danny Valencia took.
And strike one to Brian Dinkelman, who had a good weekend with a 3-hit game on Saturday and a 4-hit game on Sunday. And all but one of the hits went into right field through the hole between first and second base. 2 quick strikes. 1-2. Fastball gets a swing and a miss. 3rd strikeout for A.J. Burnett. Fox Sports Prep Zone is your behind-the-scenes look at prep sports. This week the show is hosted from Osseo High School. Get to know a busy senior from Mound Westonka who is excelling in sports and in the community. Visit with the Eastridge football team, plus a preview of Week 4 in prep football. Fox Sports Prep Zone tomorrow at 6 only on Fox Sports North. Here's Luke Hughes. Twins have yet to get a ball out of the infield. The hit they got from Revere was knocked down right about where Cano is making that play, and a long throw off target. Hughes will get another infield hit with 2 gone in the second.
Well, Robinson Cano, a lot of range at second base, has to go into the hole up the middle to get this ball, and didn't have, a lot to throw on it, but you see Cano right there, off balance throw to Scherer coming off the bag. The Twins get their second hit.
There's Joe Benson. He and Trevor Plouffe and some of the other new Twins had a chance to walk around this ballpark today, as you suggested before. Went out to Monument Park. Big swing and a foul. 1 strike.
Like Chris Parmalee, Joe Benson getting an opportunity to get some major league experience from Double-A. And both these guys have been in the lineup ever since they got called up. Both of them playing their 11th major league game.
Hughes goes, and it's the second Twin steal. In the first inning, Ben Revere took off.
Yeah, for Luke Hughes stealing the base, that's his 3rd stolen base in 5 attempts. Again, the high leg kick allows that runner 1 or 2 extra steps, and Hughes slides in safely.
2 strikes to Benson, trying to drive in the first run of the day. And Burnett strikes out the side, gives up a hit, leaves a man in scoring position. But it's 2-0 New York after an inning and a half.
Have you heard about the new Dodge Durango? That it can get over 500 highway miles on a single tank of gas? Or about its best-in-class V6 power and towing? Perhaps that it has premium soft-touch interiors and seating for up to 7. But one thing you probably didn't hear is how affordable it is. The 2012 Dodge Durango. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months or $2,000 cash allowance on the 2011 Dodge Durango.
There's nothing like seeing Minnesota baseball in stunning high definition. And there's nothing like watching the biggest new DVD releases on breathtaking Blu-ray. Bring home the best in home entertainment with the Sylvania HD LCD flat screen and the outstanding Sylvania Blu-ray disc player. Available today at these stores.
Meet the Mazda 3 4-door, 5-door, and the one and only Mazda Speed 3. No other car in its class looks like it, feels like it, or most importantly, drives like it. This is a car worth driving, and that's the only kind of car we build. We build Mazdas. What do you drive? Get the Mazda 3 with 0% APR for 60 months plus 500 owner loyalty cash.
Welcome back to Yankee Stadium. I'm Robbie Mikowski. The Twins yesterday had a scary moment when Jason Repko was hit in the back of the head with a pitch from Justin Masterson. And in today's Sanford Health Injury Report, we're happy to report that Jason Repko is doing okay. The CAT scan came back normal, and he will be reevaluated by the doctors either today or tomorrow, depending on the availability of the doctors. But Assistant Athletic Trainer Dave Prumer-Dickenberg did say that he was feeling okay, nothing to be scared about, no symptoms as of now for Jason Repko, and luckily he's all right. And hopefully he continues to be okay.
Well, you saw that ball. You know, we didn't show it back too many times. Looked like it hit him right in that ear flap. And baseball did a good thing when they kind of put that ear flap rule in many years ago.
I asked Dave Prumer today about where the point of impact was, and he said it was right under the edge of the helmet, almost like at the base of the skull against the neck, in the kind of corner of the ear flap area. It was a half swing with a strike, 1-1. And there was some thought that the ball actually hit Repko split second before it hit the helmet. So we're very lucky that Jason is doing as well as he is. There's a ground ball, base hit to left, leading off the second inning. Swisher aboard, starting the second.
Yeah, Nick Swisher, a switch hitter, hitting .305 as a right-handed hitter. Jumped on that fastball right there. Mick Callagher right behind Nick Swisher, the first base coach. Rob Thompson over at third base as Andrew Jones takes a look at his third base coach.
Here's Jones. 3 of his 11 home runs in the handful of games between the Twins and Yankees. Down and in, and a nice job by Rivera keeping that ball close by. 1-0. 4 hits already for the Yankees against Diamond. He got a big double play ball off the bat of Rodriguez in the first. Up high, 2-0. Jones, a valuable bat for the Yankees, hitting .340 against lefties.
Yeah, Jones in his first season with the Yankees, last year with the Chicago White Sox. Of course, coming up with the Braves back in 1996. Big swing.
Swung through an 88-mile-per-hour fastball, 2-2. Blocked by Rivera, and a full count. Nobody out. We'll see if the Yankees send Swisher here.
Yankees like to run. They have 136 stolen bases. They've been caught 45 times. Now Swisher, not the runner that he once was, but a couple stolen bases in 4 attempts.
Twins have stolen a couple of bases already against A.J. Burnett. Full count to Andrew Jones. Runner stays put. A pop-up behind first. Dinkelman and Dinkelman rather, with a nice catch in foul ground right next to Parmalee, one down.
Yeah, Parmalee pulled away at the last second when Dinkelman, he looked like he was the only one that was going to be able to catch his ball. Parmalee going back, and Dinkelman calling him off, and Parmalee pulling that glove away right at the last second. Parmalee thought, and then, whoop, okay, you call it, you got it. So a nice running play by Dinkelman.
That's kind of the way that's supposed to work, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Well, you go for the ball until you hear something, and even though, there's a lot of noise here, Dinkelman made sure that Parmalee heard him, that he had it. A nice running catch.
Here's Jesus Montero, the designated hitter.
The Yankees very high on this young man, only 21 years old, from Venezuela. A catcher by trade. September call-up for the Yankees. He had 288 in AAA, 18 home runs in 109 games played.
Down and away, ball one. The Yankee backup catcher Francisco Cervelli has been diagnosed with a concussion. They're unclear as to whether he will be able to be well enough to be on the Yankee playoff run, 2-0. So if Cervelli's unable to go as a backup to Russell Martin.
Yeah, I talked to Michael Kay about Cervelli before the game. Their play-by-play announcer, and he said Cervelli doesn't look like he's going to come back at all this year because of concussion. So it'll open up the door for Montero and maybe to get some playoff time.
Lifted to right center field. Kadire plays the carom. Swisher to third. He'll be held there. Nice job by Kadire playing the bounce off the wall. Second and third with one out here in the second.
Very nice defensive play by Kadire. He knew he couldn't get there, so he had to say, okay, where's that ball going to carom to? A fastball up. Montero takes it the other way. And Kadire looking at the wall saying, okay, come back to me, and it does. So it keeps the double play in order. So a nice defensive play by Kadire.
Third base coach Mick Kelleher watching that. As soon as he saw the carom come to Kadire directly off the wall, he put up the stop sign for Swisher. Here's Russell Martin. Rob Thompson, the third base coach for the Yankees. No swing, ball one.
Martin has been hurt the last couple of years with the Dodgers, healthier again this year. 17 home runs for Russell Martin.
See if they can get another double play. This one skips under the glove of Hughes and goes into left field, and a run will score. Had he made the catch on that second hop, they might have been able to start an around the horn double play.
Yeah, nasty hop right there. It's kind of like you go to your left and you hope that that ball finds your glove. Martin hitting the ball sharply, but watch that little short hop right there. A ball that probably should have been made right there, but is not. And Martin looking at, did they give him a base hit? I assume they did. An RBI single.
If it's a hit, it's the sixth Yankee hit. First time through the batting order against Scott Diamond.
Yeah, they give him a hit.
And Jeter takes ball one.
Actually, they have not posted it yet.
No, not yet. Jeter singled and scored on Granderson's home run. Fouled away, 1-1. Now they have posted a hit for Martin, sixth Yankee safety.
Yeah, I think if Luke Hughes had made contact with that ball, if it hits off his glove or something, then they'd say, okay, maybe it should have been an error, but I don't believe he got any leather on it. So Martin picks up an RBI. It'll be his 62nd of the year on the hit.
2-1. And a strike, 2-2. And Jeter gets time. Yankees jumping out early against Scott Diamond.
Jeter in his 17th season as a New York Yankee, 37 years old.
Right center field. Revere chasing it. Kadire cuts it off, makes the catch in the gap. Runner at second, Montero tags and goes to third on out number 2. Granderson, one of several MVP candidates that the Yankees have. Hit his 41st home run in the first inning.
Yeah, second in home runs, first in RBIs.
On the basis of those numbers, there'd have to be a compelling case for me to vote for anybody else. Those are the key offensive stats, aren't they?
Yeah, runs scored.
First and third, 2 down. Down and in, ball 1. We have a question from Mike Mitchell of Alexandria, our carsoup.com/baseball question. Do we think Granderson will get MVP consideration with his average as low as it is?
I think he will. You know, the home runs, the RBIs, are run scored like we talked about. Adrian Gonzalez of Boston having a very good year. There's a lot of candidates this year. Miguel Cabrera with Detroit, Michael Young with the Texas Rangers.
Swing and a foul, 2-1.
You know, a lot of people feel that Victor Martinez is also another name that has really helped that Tiger Ball club.
Alex Avila. And some are holding out for Justin Verlander, who won his 24th game yesterday. Yeah. Lifted to left. Benson with the catch. The Yankees get one, leave a couple more. It's 3-0.
Join Anthony LaPanta in the Prep Zone Tuesday on Fox Sports North.
A003 license renewal.
It happened so fast. The car accident, my injury. I was overwhelmed with medical bills, and my insurance wasn't coming through. Finally, I called Sieben Gross Van Holtem and Carey. They helped me understand my rights, then fought hard for me. I didn't know what to expect when I made the call, but I sure made the right one.
Call 1-800-4RIGHTS or go to knowyourrights.com. Sieben Gross Van Holtem and Carey.
They helped me get my life back.
You're watching Fox Sports North.
Well, the hot chicks from Hastings are here, and you are hereby circled. And Twin fans, don't forget at Twin home games, bring your Circle Me sign. If you get circled, you may find yourself in a Minnesota Lottery winner's circle, where you could win $100 worth of lottery scratch-off tickets, courtesy of the Minnesota Lottery. Welcome to New York, hot chicks.
A.J. Burnett has a 3-0 lead. He'll pitch to Rene Rivera, Ben Revere, and Trevor Plouffe. Rivera and Butera alternating behind the plate. Swing and a miss, 1 strike. Now Rivera played in the old Yankee Stadium. He just has not played in the 3 years they played baseball here.
Yeah, that one he was with the Seattle Mariners. Boy, A.J. Burnett, he's throwing strikes. 29 pitches so far, 25 have been strikes.
Wasn't on the mound long in Minnesota. Ended up walking 3 guys in an inning and 2/3. Gave up a home run and a bunch of hits.
Yeah, first pitch strikes. Started off the first 2 batters he fell behind. Last 7 batters, strike 1.
And a called 3rd strike. Rivera is called out. And that's the 5th strikeout for Burnett.
5 strikeouts of the first 9 batters he faced.
Back home tomorrow night, the Force will be with you as the Twins host the Mariners at Star Wars night at Target Field. And there's a ticket package available at twinsbaseball.com/Star Wars or call 800-33-TWINS. Portion of each ticket sold will benefit Stand Up to Cancer. Star Wars characters will be on hand for the game, and other fun surprises too. We'll be at Target Field tomorrow for the first of 3 with the Mariners. Strike 1 to Ben Revere. Grounded one over the mound. Stopped behind second base by Jeter. An infield hit. Revere stole second and ended the inning at 3rd base. Jeter might have to hurry here. Didn't get much on the throw, and Revere has another infield hit. Might not have mattered, but it looked like Jeter didn't get a real good grip on the ball as he threw it.
Yeah, he knows that Revere's got good speed. He has to come in, the ball not hit very sharply. You see Jeter hesitating just for a split second, and right there you can see kind of just maybe threw it with one finger. But this is what Ben Revere wants to do, is beat it into the ground and utilize that right there, his speed.
Well, it worked yesterday for Jim Thome, didn't it? Revere with a couple of infield hits. Here's Trevor Plouffe. Revere stole second in the first inning, as we mentioned, and down 3-0. The Twins very likely will try to send him again here, I would think.
Yeah, he stole on the first pitch toward home plate from A.J. Burnett. And 2 throw-overs this time.
Pitch is up, ball 1. Twins counting today with 11 games left in their regular season. Hoping to win at least 4 of them. And a strike on the outside corner, 1-1. Want to avoid 100 losses.
Yeah, too many long losing streaks. Twins currently on an 8-game losing streak.
One and 1 to Trevor Plouffe. And now 1-2.
He struck out Plouffe for his first strikeout. A.J. Burnett did in the first inning on a curveball middle in. So A.J. Burnett very comfortable with his curveball in this ball game, throwing a lot of them.
close at first, but Revere gets back.
Yeah, you saw Martin move inside. That's kind of like, okay, the throw to first, but then we talked about it yesterday, the catcher kind of deking the hitter in case Trevor Plouffe was looking behind him when the throw was toward home plate. Now Martin moving outer half of the plate.
Revere goes, pitch up and away, and a high throw this time. Sails into center field. Revere will scamper to third and dives into third base on an error charge to Russell Martin.
Well, with that stolen base, Ben Revere now the all-time rookie stolen base leader for the Minnesota Twins. High fastball, Martin's throw past Cano, and Cano trying to get it and catch it all in one motion. And the ball gets into center field. Ben Revere picking up the ball and scooting over to third. So an error will be charged to Martin, the catcher, allowing Revere to get to third base.
So Revere, who half jokingly said, you know, when he matures as a major league player, he wants to steal 90 bases, is well on his way to half that mark. Probably won't get to 45, but got to remember for Revere, he's had just 401 at bats. Spent a lot of time in the minor leagues again this year.
Well, again, with A.J. Burnett on the mound, you get a guy to third. Now this is a curveball situation. He's got 25 wild pitches. See what he does here.
And now 3-2, good block by Martin. Infield playing back, they'll concede a run here. So Twins want to get on the board here, and Plouffe seemingly just has to get it on the ground past the pitcher.
Yeah, you're trying to think curveball right here. I'm sure A.J. Burnett, and look where this pitch is. And Martin does a great job. So again, 25 wild pitches by A.J. Burnett. Martin saving him one right there.
He struck out Plouffe on a curveball that broke over the inside part of the plate in the first inning. See what Plouffe can do here on 3-2. Kadire on deck. Struck him out. There needs to be a throw. And Martin looks Revere back to third, and Plouffe strikes out for the 63rd time this year.
Yeah, ball out of the strike zone right there. Plouffe maybe trying to do a little bit too much, and Martin again saving A.J. Burnett. So another breaking ball out of the strike zone. You saw that ball where it was. No reason for Plouffe to swing at that. Instead, it's a 6th strikeout. And Ben Revere thinking, okay, he's got to stay right there at third base.
So 2 down now, a couple of strikeouts. And Kadire at the plate. He bounced to Cano in the first inning. Outside, ball 1.
The last 5 outs the Twins have made have been on strikeouts.
Two and 0. You've got the veteran Kadire, one of the few power sources in this Twins lineup today. Burnett, especially now 2-0, I would think would pitch him very carefully with the rookie Parmalee on deck.
Well, again, Kadire just 2 for 22 lifetime against A.J. Burnett. See how they go about their business right here.
Anthony's a strike.
6 strikeouts for A.J. Burnett, 2 ground ball outs.
The 3 hits have all been infield hits, so there hasn't been a ball hit to the outfield yet. On the outside corner, 2-2. Burnett struck out the side in the second. He's added 2 more strikeouts here in the third. Three, 0 Yankees.
Well, if you dig fine art or camping in a sweet state park, and if you love to bike,
wanna see that band you like,
theaters per capita. Nothing rhymes with capita.
Make sure to keep your glove near. There is simply more to love here. We definitely broke our quota.
From Ada to Zumbrota, there's more to explore in Minnesota.
Great things come in pairs. Like the Chrysler Town & Country, named the highest-ranked minivan in initial quality by J.D. Power & Associates, and the only minivan with leather-trimmed seating and a DVD entertainment system standard. And its counterpart, the Dodge Grand Caravan with Super Stow & Go. It's the most versatile and most affordable minivan in America. Both best-selling minivans, both with something for everyone. Get 0% APR for 60 months or up to $2,500 cash allowance on 2011 Chrysler and Dodge minivans.
If you've stopped saving, let us help you start. Savings today and rewards tomorrow from U.S. Bank. Save a little every week with every purchase, every paycheck. Watch your savings grow. When you reach $1,000, you'll earn a $50 rewards Visa card. Earn another $50 when you keep it for a year. Save for a wedding day, a family, or your house. Just start. All of us serving you. U.S. Bank.
Baseball fans, Arby's and Fox Sports North are giving you a chance to win a trip or two to Fort Myers, Florida, where spring baseball is played. Simply pick up an Arby's It's Good Mood Food code card every Friday at any participating Arby's restaurant. Then log on to foxsportsnorth.com, click on the Fan Zone tab, and enter the code for your chance to win.
It's 3-0 New York. Bottom of the third inning. Mark Teixeira leading things off against Scott Diamond. First pitch pounded foul. I just had a chance meeting out in the hallway with Regis Philbin. And wanted to
get his autograph?
I didn't know. No. Didn't have any interest in that. But I did want to ask him if he had any contacts in Minnesota. And he said, well, we did a show there once. We did a show when the Super Bowl was in Minnesota, which I believe was 1993, maybe 92. And he said we were there in the wintertime and we've never been back. I think he was intimidated by the weather in the wintertime in Minnesota.
Never liked him anyway.
1-2 to Teixeira. And another bouncer foul. Teixeira, Rodriguez, and Cano facing Diamond here in the third. I'd like to see Diamond pitch some from the windup for a while. He's given up a couple of leadoff hits in his first two innings and has had to pitch from the stretch pretty much all afternoon long. 2-2.
Well, this Yankee ball club full of veterans, what they'll do is make you throw a lot of pitches. And right now, Diamond, this will be pitch number 49, trying to get the first out here in the third inning.
Bounce to the right side, scooped up by Dinkelman. One down. You can visit the official online shop of the Minnesota Twins at twinsbaseball.com. Browse the largest online selection of authentic team gear, including caps, t-shirts, jerseys, collectibles, and more. Get your team gear straight from the source. Shop the twinsbaseball.com shop. One gone. And now the guest PA announcer is the aforementioned Regis Philbin. Rodriguez bounced into a double play, a really nice double play started by Trevor Plouffe in the hole.
Yeah, 50 pitches for Scott Diamond, 29 strikes.
Saw Jim Thome at Target Field yesterday. He's 8th on the home run list. Rodriguez 6th. Up and away. 2-1. And in the dirt, it's a mathematical improbability that the Yankees would not get into the playoffs. So let's assume that they get in. They want to establish the best overall record in the American League. They've got Detroit 2 games behind them, 4 actually in the loss column, and the Rangers 5 games back in the loss column. Rodriguez draws a 1-out walk.
First walk for Diamond.
Twins aren't the only team having a tough time winning games, playoff games in particular here, and the Yankees understand that. And that's why it's important for them to finish with the best overall record, so they would have the home field advantage in both rounds of the playoffs should they get out of the first round. Here's Cano. To center, and Revere hustling back. It's over his head. It'll go all the way to the wall. Rodriguez around third. He's going to be waved in. Cano digging for third, and he's there with a triple. And it's 4-0 New York.
Yeah, that ball hit over Ben Revere's head and then stuck in the padding in center field. So Cano with his 7th triple of the year, picking up his 113th RBI. Watch this ball hit, and then right toward that padding, sticks into the padding. Revere has to go get it. And Cano slides in safely with an RBI triple.
Infield in. Now, if Revere had tried to pull the ball out and gotten stuck, the umpires could have ruled a double, I suppose.
Yeah, it would be the judgment of the umpire
where the runners would be.
Where Cano was headed, right. See Ben kind of looking around like, how did he get stuck in there?
Swisher singled and scored in the second inning. Checks his swing, taps it foul. See that happen all the time at Wrigley, not all the time, but regularly at Wrigley Field, where the ball disappears into the ivy. And then the umpires have to decide where the runners would be placed. Fastball away, 1-1. That is up the middle through the drawn-in infield. Cano scores. It's 5-0.
Nick Swisher picking up his second hit and his 84th RBI. With the infield in, Diamond going inside, and Swisher gets that ball right back up the middle. It's a 5-0 ball game. Rick Anderson out. Quick trip to the mound by pitching coach Rick Anderson.
Diamond has given up a cluster of hits. 7 hits, a walk. 8 hits rather, and a walk. And Andrew Jones awaits. A little pop-up behind first, and Dinkelman made a nice running catch in foul territory. And a throw to first to keep Swisher close by. In addition to everything else, the Twins almost completely rebuilding their starting rotation with injuries to Blackburn out for the year. Liriano is now pitching out of the bullpen. Dunsing is pitching out of the bullpen. Baker, we hope, will be available to pitch some when we get back home. But in the absence of those 4 starters, Diamond getting a chance.
That'll be Liam Hendricks tomorrow night against the Seattle Mariners. Anthony Swarzak getting some starts.
Flip down the right field line and into the corner. Swisher to third. He'll be held with Jones just dumping a double down the right field line. Scott Diamond's given up 3 hits in the first, 3 in the second, and 3 already here in the third.
Well, not the prettiest swing right here by Andrew Jones, but he just goes down and keeps his hands back and just flips it down that right field line. Take a look at the pitch right here, a breaking ball. And Jones just kind of dropping the barrel of the bat, the ball staying fair. Kadire had a little trouble picking up that ball, but Rob Thompson, you see Swisher picking up Rob Thompson, the third base coach. He's held up at third.
Infield in again for Jesus Montero, who cranked one against the fence in right center field, and he takes strike 1 from Diamond. Let's have their bullpen activated now. Kyle Waldrop warming up out there. Swing and a miss, 2 strikes.
There's Waldrop loosening up. Diamond needs a strikeout right here. Looking for his first strikeout. Did not have a very good swing on that last breaking ball. Snuck the fastball by him. So a big strikeout right there for Scott Diamond. Boy, after that last swing, you'd think, well, another curveball, and that's what Rivera said. Give me a good fastball inside, and he's able to do it. A big second out.
Now catcher Russell Martin. Martin singled in a run in the second inning. Ball 1. And strike 1-1. Blocked by Rivera.
Martin signing as a free agent over the winter, a 1-year contract with the Yankees after spending 5 seasons with the Dodgers.
Hold on the ground at third. Hughes sets himself, fires across to end the inning. A walk, 3 hits, 2 more runs for the Yankees, and it's 5-0.
Tomorrow at 6:30, the Twins take on the Mariners on Fox Sports North.
Jeep Grand Cherokee is the most awarded SUV ever. And Jeep Wrangler has an all-new powertrain with improved fuel economy, a refined, quiet interior, best-in-class maneuverability and ground clearance. And with some of the year's best deals, there's a lot to celebrate. The Jeep Celebration event, featuring the newest lineup of trail-rated SUVs.
Now, well-qualified lessees get the 2011 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo 4x4 for $339 a month.
Are you curious about new ideas? Do you want to learn a new language? Or just a new word? Maybe you want to know more about anatomy or astronomy. You could master something new or uncover a hidden talent. There's never been a better time to learn.
This raises the antenna. It helps blow up the tires. You look great. Satellite radio. It's a new one. No one knows the brand. I'm not gonna lose my job, am I? Recycling oxygen. You know, for the planet. It's a secret spy device.
Get a DWI? Get ignition interlock for at least a year.
Got Cuddy? We do. Check out his new post every Wednesday on FoxSportsNorth.com.
have 3 infield hits. Ben Revere has 2 of them, and you can vote for the Arby's Value Player of the game. Text the word value, followed by a space in the player's name to short code 234234. Let's hope to come back in this game. They have beaten the Yankees twice this year. Once here in April and once at Target Field. But it's 5-0. And Alex Burnett getting a lot of strikeouts through his first 3 innings of work.
Yeah, A.J. Burnett was 7 strikeouts in his first 3 innings, 45 pitches. And most of them have been on curveballs.
Middle of the Twins lineup, Chris Parmelee, Danny Valencia, and Brian Dinkelman facing A.J. Burnett. Strike 1. Parmelee chopped one off the plate with Revere at third and 2 down in the first inning. And Burnett made the play. Half swing. They'll appeal. Strike 2.
Brian Knight, the third base umpire, saying that Parmelee went. I mentioned before, Burnett coming off an 11 strikeout performance in his last start in Seattle in 6 innings.
And a long way to right center field. This one back, and Parmelee has a Yankee Stadium home run.
I think one thing we have seen from Chris Parmelee, his second major league home run, is this man likes the ball down. This was a curveball. A.J. Burnett ahead in the count. And the curveball, we've seen so many in the dirt that the Twins have swung at. This one stayed up, and Parmelee, about knee high, went down and drove this ball over the fence in right field. Well, the Twins, a solo home run makes it a 5-1 ball game.
Ball 1 to Valencia, called out on strikes in the second. Nice to see Parmelee pull a couple home runs, one at Target Field on Saturday and another one here in the Bronx. 1-0 to Valencia. Sharply up the middle and a base hit. That'll bring up Brian Dinkelman, who, as we said, had a great last 2 games against the Indians with 7 hits, and he is the subject of our Window Concepts window of opportunity.
Yeah, 7 hits for 9 at-bats, and you've mentioned Dinkelman, a lot of those balls to right field. Got the high chopper over Santana's head, picking up an RBI single.
Dinkelman went down swinging his first time up against Burnett. Ball 1.
Yeah, that home run that A.J. Burnett gave up to Parmelee, his 28th home run he's allowed this year. This will be pitch number 50 for Burnett.
That's to right field and down for a hit. So Dinkelman gets another base hit, and the 4th inning starts with 3 Twins hits. Bring up Luke Hughes. If you want to become a Twins season ticket holder, the only way to do so is to become a member of the Twins on Deck Circle. Currently 3,000 members strong and growing. Sign up today to take advantage of exclusive benefits and future season ticket opportunities. To join or for more information, call 800-33-TWINS or visit www.twinsbaseball.com today. There's Luke Hughes with 2 on and nobody out. You know, we talked about Burnett's horrible start against the Twins back on the 20th of August, an inning and 2/3, 7 earned runs. Fouled back. He followed that up with a terrible start against the Orioles, 9 earned runs in 5 innings. Maybe the worst start he had was in the early part of August against the White Sox. The Yankees gave him a huge lead, and he couldn't complete 5 innings to even qualify for the win.
That's why I said on my scouting report he's just been inconsistent as a Yankee. You know, he signed that big contract after that 18-win season with the Toronto Blue Jays. In his 3rd season now at the Yankees, but still with the Yankees. I mean, you think all the run support. He's 2 games under 500 in the 2+ years as a Yankee.
2 strikes to Hughes. Checked his swing. 1 and 2.
That's the curveball right there that he's able to get 6 of his 7 strikeouts on, and Hughes laid off of that one.
Plouffe and Kadire each swung at one well off the plate for strikeouts in the 3rd inning.
Yeah, he must have very tight rotation on that breaking ball for Kadire to even swing at the pitch that he did to end the 3rd inning.
Dug out nicely by Martin, and it's 2 and 2.
How did he catch that one?
0 for 6 today with men in scoring position. They've singled with infield hits prior to this inning, stolen bases. They just haven't been able to follow that up with a base hit.
You saw Jerry White talking to Dinkelman right there, just kind of showing the, you know, where Granderson's playing, shading Hughes a little bit to right center. As a base runner, you want to know where those outfielders are.
Two and 2. Oh, nearly hit him. And Martin made another nice stop on a pitch under Hughes' chin. 3 and 2.
Yeah, Martin sitting down and away. And this is a fastball, just runs in, and Luke Hughes able to get out of the way. So Martin saving another possible wild pitch.
Let's see if Burnett approaches this 3-2 count like he did the couple he had in the 3rd inning with that breaking ball.
Well, to me right now, he's been struggling with a curveball. He didn't have problems the first 3 innings. It's got to be a fastball right here, outer half of the plate. There's a fastball up, and Hughes fouled it straight back. I don't think Martin's going to call a curveball right here, load the bases. You have a 4-run lead. You have to challenge Hughes right here with a fastball.
Another 3-2 to Luke Hughes. High and deep to left. Andrew Jones going back on the warning track, makes the catch. Hughes nearly touched off a 3-run home run.
Yeah, he challenged him with a fastball. Hughes just got underneath it, but what we've seen the first 3 innings from A.J. Burnett is the 7 strikeouts, a lot of them coming on the curveball. Now we got Joe Benson on that breaking ball. He snuck in the fastball past Rivera, outer half of the plate, and then Trevor Plouffe striking out for the 2nd time. And you can see Kadire. You don't see Kadire do that too often, so that tight rotation had to be very tight in the first 3 innings. This inning, he has struggled with that curveball.
I think he struck out Benson on a breaking pitch in the 2nd inning, didn't he?
Yes, we showed it the first one.
Yep. And Benson will hit now, and Larry Rothschild with a trip to the mound.
Now, the way the curveball is right now, you almost have to go up there, look fastball, be ready to hit the fastball if he throws it, because that curveball that's a nasty pitch for him if he can get it over.
Benson struck out to end the 2nd inning with Hughes at second base. And now he's got 2 runners on.
Yeah, he got a fastball in his first at bat and he fouled it off, and then Burnett ended up striking him out on the curveball.
Down and in, ball 1.
know, at Double-A, you're going to see good fastballs at that level, but not too many guys have the curveball, the tight curveball that A.J. Burnett has. So, you know, these are good at-bats for Benson, for Parmalee. That curveball started at him, and he kind of flinched a little bit, and it broke over the inner half of the plate. Watch Benson's reaction right here at home plate. Whoa. All of a sudden, that ball broke over the inner part.
Similar to the one he threw Plouffe back in the first inning that froze him. 1-1. Benson with a half swing, 1-2.
Yeah, 3 straight breaking balls.
Short left. Jones comes in for the catch out, number 2. And leave it up to Rene Rivera.
You know, you throw so many breaking balls, all of a sudden that fastball comes, and Benson looked like he was a little bit late on that. Just didn't get good wood on it. Didn't pop it like we've seen him pop the bat before.
Here's Rivera. Called out on strikes his first time up. Twins need to take advantage of this start they had to the 4th inning. The home run, a pair of singles. But now Hughes and Benson have been retired on flies to left. Ball 1.
A.J. Burnett's thrown 62 pitches. I bet 40 of them have been breaking balls. He's got a 4-run lead. He's got a good fastball.
Whoa. A substantial bat toss over the Twins dugout.
Every time I see that, I think of Tony Oliva. Well, he got the fastball, fouled it off, and also fouled the bat off. Nice souvenir.
One and one to Rene Rivera. Two and one. A Yankee fan with Rivera's bat, depending on what is labeled on the bat. The Yankee fan probably could tell everybody he got a Rivera game-used bat, and all the Yankee fans would think it was Mariano Rivera. 3-1 with Revere on deck.
"20 pitches so far this inning for A.J. Burnett.
Three and one to the number 9 batter. Wow. And this is what you're talking about, inconsistency from game to game, but also from inning to inning.
And I've seen A.J. Burnett just lose his release point. I mean, he's kind of all over the place. And the thing is, he's with a ball club that scores him a lot of runs. Why he's throwing so many breaking balls is beyond me. He's got a good fastball. Of course, right there, he kind of lost control of that fastball and that at bat to Rivera. But Burnett, this is his 308th major league start. He has 120 wins, 111 losses.
Here is Revere and a big at bat. Twins still down by 4, but they've got the bases loaded. Inside, ball 1. Well, the start I spoke of before, The Yankees gave him a 13-1 lead early against the White Sox, and by the time he left in the 4th inning, it was, or 4 1/3 innings, I guess he pitched, the score was 13-7. So he was kind of going about business the same way then as he has here today. Nearly to the backstop, 2-0. If he looks over his shoulder, he can look out into the bullpen and see Corey Wade warming up.
Yeah, there's, you know, this is September. Each team carrying a lot of relievers, so I'm sure a lot of those Yankee guys that don't have a lot of major experience saying, I'll get up with a 4-run lead. I'll take my chances.
2-0 to Revere.
Now Martin is not even going to move. He's going to sit right down the heart of the plate.
3-0. In yesterday's game, it was not a well-played game by either the Twins or the Indians. There were a total of 4 bases loaded walks, 2 by each team.
You hear the boo birds here in New York.
3-0 to Ben Revere.
Got to take a pitch right here, make him throw a strike, and he's able to. I love the fans. Some of them even stood up.
3-1. Bouncer up the line, foul. 3-2. Might have bounced it off his foot. So now with the bases loaded, the count's full. All the runners will be moving.
Well, if I'm Ben Revere, I have to look fastball. Martin going out right now, and he's got. I haven't seen him throw a curveball over other than maybe the one to Benson all inning long. Everything has been kind of all over the place. So with a 4-run lead, bases loaded, Ben Revere going to look for that fastball and hopefully line it somewhere. Find a gap. Twins need a big hit right here.
Three and 2 to Ben Revere. Fouled into the seats behind the tarp.
That ball up in the strike zone a little bit. So all the runners will go back to their base, get ready to run here on this 3-2 fastball.
Another 3-2 to Revere. Struck him out. And the Twins leave the bases full. Chris Parmelee led off the inning with a home run to get the Twins on the board, and it's 5-1.
GMC Truck Month. For all those times when it's just you and your trailer. For all those times when the job demands that you stay connected. For those times when nothing comes between you and the game. We offer our best Sierra ever. During GMC Truck Month, get 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 cash allowance on Sierra, plus 1 year of SiriusXM satellite radio, including every NFL game.
Twins baseball on Fox Sports North is brought to you in HD by Sony.
Patio prices will increase 10 to 20% in 2012. At Seasonal Concepts, you can beat the price increase and save 30 to 50%. Plus, we'll hold your new or custom ordered set and finance it free till April of 2012. Seasonal Concepts in all home furniture stores.
Land Rover LR4.
For a limited time, save 30% on the largest selection of area rugs at World Rugs. Every size, every shape, every color, every rug, 30% off. The World Rug Sale, inside all home furniture stores.
I'm Anthony LaPanta, and you're watching Fox Sports North.
Minnesota Twins baseball on Fox Sports North is brought to you by Grand Casino. The best stories start here. And by AT&T. No, Twins had a great chance with the bases loaded, but the Twins left them loaded, got one on the board on the Parmelee home run. And we go to the bottom of the fourth.
Well, big inning right here for Scott Diamond. Put a 0 on the board. Yankees scored 2 in the first, 1 in the second, and then 2 more in the third. Scott Diamond right now, 68 pitches, 40 have been strikes.
9 Yankee hits. He's retired 8 Yankee batters. Derek Jeter leads off the fourth. Ball 1. To the right field corner, chased by Kadire, and a fair ball into the crowd for a ground rule double. Kadire with a sprint toward the corner, and he came up a step or 2 short.
Well, Jeter continues to get major league hits. That ball had some hang time right there. Kadire all out effort for it, but the ball landing just around that right field line. Jeter with a double, his 23rd double of the year.
So back to the stretch for Scott Diamond. 3rd Yankee leadoff hit in the 3rd inning. Teixeira was retired, but then Diamond followed that with a walk of Alex Rodriguez. 1-0 to Granderson. Pulled foul. 1-1.
Kevin Long, the hitting coach here in New York, has done wonders with Curtis Granderson. Rests that bat on his shoulder until that pitch is about to be delivered toward home plate.
We've talked so much about what the Tigers got in return for Granderson. There's actually a 3-team trade. Rivera came out of his crouch, almost forgot the baseball, and it's 2-1.
I remember when he was with the Tigers on the left right there, where his hands were, up by his ears, up by the eyes. And now he's lowered his arms, his hands, widened his stance.
Tigers, of course, getting Phil Koch and Austin Jackson. But the 3rd team involved, the Diamondbacks, ended up with Ian Kennedy, who may end up winning the National League Cy Young Award.
He's going after his 20th win here today against the Pirates in Arizona.
Two and 1 to Granderson. Dug out again by Rivera. 3-1. 74 pitches, just 42 strikes for Diamond. Into the Yankee dugout.
Yeah, for Scott Diamond, this is the worst start he has had at the major league level so far. This being his 6th major league start. Gave up 4 runs to the Tigers in his 2nd major league start. That's the most runs, but that was over 6 1/3 innings.
And a check swing, no swing. Granderson takes first with a walk. 1st and 2nd, nobody out.
A 2nd walk for Diamond.
AT&T trivia. What American League MVP had the lowest batting average? Now we're talking modern day, and we're also not talking about like Willie Hernandez, a pitcher. Has to be a position player. Modern day being post World War II. 1 strike to Teixeira. Pulled to third. Nice stop by Hughes. Sets and fires. And Parmalee gets the first hop. And Teixeira is retired. Both runners move up, but a good play by the corner infielder.
Yeah, very nice play by Luke Hughes. Diving to his right, comes up and one hops Parmalee over at first, and a nice pick by Chris Parmalee. Boy, it's too bad he's not a little bit closer to the bag. May have been able to get a triple play on that, but Hughes playing behind the bag makes a nice diving stop.
So an out, 2 in scoring position for Alex Rodriguez. Infield in for the 3rd time already in this game. Swings through a breaking ball. Strike 1.
Well, this lineup, up and down the Yankee lineup, just complement each other. You have first base open, but then you look on deck. Here's Robinson Cano on deck. So you want to be careful of this guy, you know, Alex Rodriguez, but there's Cano.
One and one. Popped up short right field. Jeter setting up for a tag. Kadire with the catch. Jeter coming halfway and retreating. So 2 down.
Well, Kadire, his arm, he's got an outstanding arm, sets up nicely to make a good throw home, and it's a one-hop throw to Rivera. So Rodriguez got underneath that a little bit. Kadire does a good job of getting that ball toward home plate.
So now Diamond trying to bear down here, get Cano, and he will have effectively pitched around a leadoff double by Jeter.
And here you go. They're going to intentionally walk Robinson Cano to get to Nick Swisher. Rivera has to leap for that ball.
So injuries and everything contributing to it. Rodriguez is having a disappointing year in the power department with just 16 home runs. But the 2 batters in front of and behind him combined for 127 home runs. So there's plenty of support and plenty of presence in the middle of the Yankee lineup, even without Alex Rodriguez having his best year. Swisher has 23 of those home runs and a pair of singles already today.
Swisher's first base hit, that coming in the 2nd inning between 3rd and short. Then the RBI single in the 3rd inning, last inning, up the middle.
Twins left the bases full in the top of the 4th. Diamond trying to leave them full in the bottom. Strike on the inside corner. By Rivera, 1-1. And now 1-2.
Good breaking ball, took a little off. Swisher getting out front. Nick Swisher, 30 years old, in his third season with the Yankees. Came up with the Oakland A's in 2004. He's never been a high average hitter, but he's always been a good RBI guy. He's got some power from both sides of the plate, a switch hitter.
High and deep down the left field line. But foul. Not by much.
Well, there's some of that power I was talking about. Got a fastball up and turned on it. Swisher watching it, seeing if it was going to go fair or foul. And it went foul. Gave that ball a ride.
1-2. Rivera slides to his right to dig one out of the dirt. Not been a smooth ride for Scott Diamond today.
A lot of pitches. 20 in the first, 23 in the second, 25 in the third, and 22 so far here in the fourth.
Trying to hook up his first 0. Leave the bases full. And Rivera will go to the mound.
And again, we've seen this year after year in our trips to New York. The pitching is always, 4 or 5 innings, right at about 90 to 100 pitches. The Yankees have a way to foul off a lot of pitches, make you work a lot.
And isn't that the biggest reason why the Yankee-Red Sox games take so long to play? Because the Red Sox do the same thing to you. 2-2. Lifted to short center. Revere coming in. He makes the catch. And Diamond does leave the bases full in the fourth. 5-1.
Stay tuned after the game for Twins Live, presented by Century Lane.
I was injured in a car accident, but it didn't stop there. Insurance didn't cover what I thought it would, and medical bills were just overwhelming. I didn't know what to do. I finally called Sieben, Gross, Van Holtem & Carey. They helped me understand my rights. Then they fought hard for me. At first, I wasn't that comfortable calling them. Now, I don't know what I would have done without their help.
Go to knowyourrights.com. Sieben, Gross, Van Holtem & Carey. The Know Your Rights attorneys.
Have you heard about the new Dodge Durango? That it can get over 500 highway miles on a single tank of gas? Or about its best-in-class V6 power and towing? Perhaps that it has premium soft-touch interiors and seating for up to 7. But one thing you probably didn't hear is how affordable it is. The 2012 Dodge Durango. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months or $2,000 cash allowance on the 2011 Dodge Durango.
Be a part of the game with Fox Sports Game Connect on foxsportsnorth.com.
Chris Parmelee in his first game at Yankee Stadium hitting a home run. That's the only Twins run so far. Trevor Plouffe will lead off the fifth. Twins have had some chances. They've left a lot of men on and a lot of men on in scoring position against A.J. Burnett.
Yeah, Burnett really struggled in the fourth inning through 29 pitches. Right now it's 73 in the ball game.
Twins have left 6 men on, 5 of them in scoring position, and ball 1 now to Trevor Plouffe, who has struck out twice. a strike, 1-1. Twins started the fourth inning with a home run and a pair of singles. Burnett was able to limit the damage. Two and one. Plouffe with a sharp single up the middle, and the Twins have a promising start to the fifth. Arby's and Fox Sports North are giving you a chance to win a trip for two to Fort Myers, Florida. Pick up an Arby's It's Good Mood Food code card every Friday at any participating Arby's. Then log on to foxsportsnorth.com, click on the Fan Zone tab, and enter the code for the chance to win. To enter, you've got to be a member of the Fan Zone, and you've got to be 18 or older. Here's Kadire.
Yeah, Burnett falling behind an account the last inning, and then right there to Plouffe, 2-1, comes in with a fastball.
Kadire lifts it high and deep to center. Granderson back, it's gone. A long two-run home run to center, and it's a 5-3 game.
Yeah, the way the curveball was the first three innings, he'll struggled in the fourth, but you have to sit on that fastball. Exactly what Michael Kadire did. He sat on that fastball first pitch and hit it straight over the center field fence. 4:08 here at Yankee Stadium in straightaway center. Look at the solid swing right here by Kadire. His 19th home run of the year. Granderson giving chase, but he runs out of room.
Back into the monuments. 1-0 now to Parmalee, who homered to right center field his last time up. Ball wide, 2-0.
So Kadire finally got to A.J. Burnett. 2 hits in his first 23 at-bats, and finally caught up to a fastball and hits that home run.
Parmalee on 2-0, taps it foul. Corey Wade warming up for the second inning in a row. And of course, Burnett has to complete 5 innings to even qualify for a win. Two and one to Chris Parmalee. Fastball taken for strike 2. Rifle to center. And Granderson cuts it off. Parmalee will dig for 2. And he's in with a double. So the Twins have really teed off on A.J. Burnett in the 4th and 5th innings.
Well, you know what? This is my first look at Chris Parmalee over a period of time. And boy, does this guy like the ball down in the strike zone. Look where this pitch is right here. And the swing he's able to put on it, a line drive double. Good hustle right here by Parmalee. Seeing that Granderson has to take it off to his left and then spin, and the throw would have to be perfect. So it's a double for Parmalee. His 3rd double, and A.J. Burnett hears it from the Bluebirds here at Yankee Stadium as he leaves.
Speaking of spin, it'll be interesting to see how the Yankees spin this outing by Burnett as he's taken out in the 5th inning.
It's here. A force to be reckoned with. The unbridled power of the legendary Hemi engine. And today, when you buy a Ram 1500, you'll get a Hemi V8 at no extra charge. Come drive one yourself. Ram Power Days.
Get a no extra charge Hemi V8 with 0% APR or up to $5,500 total values on 2011 Ram Crew Cab.
Got a lead foot?
Well, you better lighten up because cops are cracking down on drivers who speed. Obey the sign or pay the fine.
Meet the Mazda 3 4-door, 5-door, and the one and only Mazda Speed 3. No other car in its class looks like it, feels like it, or most importantly, drives like it. This is a car worth driving, and that's the only kind of car we build. We build Mazdas. What do you drive? Get the Mazda 3 with 0% APR for 60 months plus 500 owner loyalty cash.
Given an early 5-0 lead, A.J. Burnett is knocked out here in the 5th inning. It's a 5-3 game, and Corey Wade comes out of the Yankee bullpen.
Well, Wade, after getting released by the Rays earlier this year, signed with the Yankees. And now part of their bullpen, making his 35th relief appearance. Very good 5-1 record with a very good 2.16 ERA.
Danny Valencia will be the hitter. Twins get the tying run to the plate, and Wade delivers strike one. And the tying run to the plate, for that matter, with the Revere, ending the 4th inning with a strikeout. One strike to Valencia. One and one. Phil Hughes was scheduled to start this game today for the Yankees. They pushed him back. Yankees have a doubleheader coming up later in the week. Hughes is said to have some back spasms. 2-1. Not sure what the Yankees were hoping to see from A.J. Burnett, but I'm pretty confident they didn't see it today.
No, he, first 3 innings, he looked unhittable. 8 strikeouts in his, 7 in his first 3 innings.
3 and 1.
Then the 4th inning, he just kind of lost it, and he carried it right into the 5th. Now, Wade, you can see he's not overpowering. Big, slow curveball. He does have some major league experience prior to his stint here with the Yankees, with the Dodgers back in 2008 and 9. Was in AAA with the Rays, and the Rays ended up releasing him in the middle of June and then signed with the Yankees.
3-1 to Valencia. Tapper up the line, foul. Full count. And Valencia takes a walk.
That's one thing that Wade has been staying away from. Only 8 walks in 34 innings pitched.
Here's Brian Dinkelman. CenturyLink high-speed pitch with Burnett matched up against Scott Diamond.
Yeah, 4+ innings for A.J. Burnett. He was clocked at high as 93. Scott Diamond at 90.
Dinkelman with another hit today, another single. And he comes up with nobody out. The tying run at first. Popped up, back, and out of play, 1 strike. Dinkelman, handful of at-bats, but a .429 batting average, but all the hits have been singles.
Yeah, Dinkelman playing in his 15th major league game, 16 hits in 42 at-bats. And as you mentioned, all 16 hits have been singles.
Well, an extra base hit here might tie the game up. And the hits getting closer together here. The Twins with 9 hits, the Yankees with 10. One strike to Dinkelman. Curve missing the outside corner. Foul back. In terms of experience, a much better matchup for Dinkelman, facing someone who's had kind of a similar career path, a little bit of major league experience in Wade, but most of his professional career spent in the minor leagues. Unlike the starter A.J. Burnett. 1-2. A bouncer foul.
I've seen two types of curveballs, a big slow curveball that lasts a little quicker breaking ball. The fastball, not a lot of movement on it, pretty straight and not overpowering.
One and two again to Brian Dinkelman. Base hit right field. Dinkelman's second of the ball game today, and the bases are reloaded. He keeps racking up singles, and the Twins get the tying run in scoring position with no one out.
Yeah, runners on the bases had to hold up right here, make sure that Teixeira doesn't catch this ball. Ball down, Dinkelman just going down and hitting it softly into right field over the leaping Teixeira. And Nick Swisher gets it back in.
Another guy who seems to like the ball down, Brian Dinkelman. Here's Hughes. First five batters have reached here in the fifth inning. Fouled back. Hughes had a good rip at it. Sent a warning track fly ball to left field his last time up. Came up with two men on and nobody out in the fourth.
Luis Ayala getting loose.
Call, strike 0-2, and Hughes backs away.
They clipped the corner pitcher's pitch. John Hirschbeck behind the plate. Umpire that's always been known to have a very generous strike zone. For the pitcher, not the hitter.
Two strikes to the hitter. Little bouncer left side. A run's going to come in. Jeter's got to hurry. Just barely got Hughes on a close play. A run comes in, and it's 5-4.
Hughes picking up an RBI, his 30th of the year. And it's a 5-4 ball game. And with Parmelee scoring, the book is closed on A.J. Burnett. 4+ innings. 9 hits, 4 runs, all earned. Good hustle by Hughes, but Rowe just gets him.
Did he?
Bang, bang play.
Very close. Here's Benson, a strikeout and a short fly to left. Infield is back. The Yankees will concede a tying run on a ground ball hit past the pitcher here. Benson fouls it back, 1 strike. Benson's only run batted in so far as a major leaguer. There's Kyle Waldrop warming up again. His only run batted in came yesterday on a ground ball. An out. He'd like to get a run producing hit here and maybe put the Twins in front. 2 strikes. Benson with 13 strikeouts in 39 at bats, and Wade's going to try to get him here on strikes. Ahead of him 0-2. Got him.
Went to the harder breaking ball down and away, and Joe Benson down on strikes on 3 pitches. So Corey Wade picking up a big strikeout. And Benson striking out for the second time in the ball game.
And now Rene Rivera. Rivera drew a walk to fill the bases in the fourth. Strike 1. 2 strikes.
Kind of dropped down a little bit there, and a 3/4 and threw a breaking ball down and away. A little different angle. Wade, 28 years old, signed by the Dodgers back in 2004.
Oh, 2 to Rene Rivera. 1-2.
Yeah, dropped down again with a sweeping breaking ball.
Twins need a doink. Something just flared into the outfield here to score a couple runs. Two and 2.
Tried that curveball straight over the top that struck out Benson. Four straight curveballs so far. To Rene Rivera.
2 and 2. Foul back. Wade has come in and already thrown 22 pitches this inning.
Martin going out to talk to Wade. Martin caught Wade when he was with the Dodgers.
And the Twins, with a great chance to take the lead, come up 1 hit short. They do score 3 times and get within 1.
Meet the Mazda 3 4-door, 5-door, and the one and only Mazda Speed 3. No other car in its class looks like it, feels like it, or most importantly, drives like it. This is a car worth driving, and that's the only kind of car we build. We build Mazdas. What do you drive? Get the Mazda 3 with 0% APR for 60 months plus $500 owner loyalty cash.
Hi, I'm Bert Blyleven, and you're watching Fox Sports North.
For a limited time, save 30% on the largest selection of area rugs at World Rugs. Every size, every shape, every color, every rug, 30% off. The World Rug Sale, inside all home furniture stores.
That's out there. Range Rover Sport. Attractive lease and finance offers available at your Land Rover retailer.
For a limited time, Sleep Express and Tempur-Pedic save you up to $400 on a Tempur Advanced Ergo system. Now, the comfort of Tempur-Pedic is $400 less. Plus, get interest-free financing till 2015. Sleep Express. In all home furniture stores.
You're watching Fox Sports North.
Roughly midway through the game today, time for our Farmers Insurance report card.
Well, Curtis Granderson got the offense going for the Yankees. Second hitter of the ball game, hitting a home run. That was his 41st of the year. Michael Kadire, 2 home runs in the ball game. A big one by Michael Kadire last inning, a big 2-run home run. Also Chris Parmelee with a solo home run. And the Twins struggling with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, the good news is they've had 13 at-bats with men in scoring position. The bad news is just 1 hit.
Yeah, but they're back in this ball game, and a good inning, top of the 5th inning for the Twins. Getting 3 runs. And Kyle Waldrop coming in. Scott Diamond worked the first 4 innings. And Waldrop making his 5th major league appearance.
Andruw Jones will lead off the 5th for the Yankees. Jones, Montero, and Martin due up. Twins have missed some scoring opportunities, but the Yankees did 2 in the 4th against Scott Diamond. They got a leadoff double and a follow-up walk. First and second, nobody out. And Diamond was able to get Nick Swisher and leave the bases full in the bottom of the 4th. 1-0 now. Waldrop to Jones. Pulled foul.
Waldrop, 25 years old. This is his 8th season in the Twins minor league system. Getting a shot here at the big league level. The September call-up.
1-2. Two and two, just a little bit low. That's where Waldrop wants to focus. So pitches down around the knees. And a good sinking fastball. Missing again. Full count. Inside. Jones got jammed and rolled it foul.
You see a little bit of that running fastball right there. Kind of went into Jones right there, and he just beat it foul.
Another 3-2 coming. Got him looking, and Jones will walk to the dugout, one away.
A good fastball away. Waldrop picks up a strikeout.
Waldrop auditioning for a twin spot in the bullpen, Robbie and Smikowski.
In his life, you mentioned earlier that 8 of the 10 starters today, including Scott Diamond, had never played in Yankee Stadium. Kyle Waldrop last night, 10 o'clock, took a walk from the hotel to nearby Times Square and put a picture up on Twitter and noted how crazy it still was on a Sunday night at 10 o'clock. And as for a couple other young guys, Parmalee and Benson last year made their first trip here along with Rene Tassoni when Michael Saunders of the Seattle Mariners was here in town to play. Left those guys tickets. Rene Tassoni and Michael Sanders are friends. But a lot of these guys, let alone playing in Yankee Stadium, had never even been to New York before, Dick.
Yeah, Kyle Waldrop from Knoxville, Tennessee. So come to the big city right here for the first time. Pretty exciting time.
1-1 to Montero. 2-1. The Twins back in this game. First 5 runs went to the Yankees. The next 4 have gone to the Twins. And running fastball puts Montero away. 2 down.
Yeah, good pitch right there. Waldrop, his first 2 batters, able to strike him out here at Yankee Stadium. It's that 2-seamer that he works inside, and look at the run on that ball underneath the swing of Montero. And he strikes out for the second time in the game.
And now Martin. Swing and a miss. How about Waldrop? He's getting swings and misses, throwing strikes. And on the verge here, perhaps, of having a 1-2-3 5th inning. Little roller right side. Dinkelman has it. Waldrop in his first inning at Yankee Stadium picks up a couple of strikeouts and goes 1-2-3.
Tomorrow at 6:30, the Twins take on the Mariners on Fox Sports North.
Football and flip-flops, white sandy beaches and ice-cold beer. Viking fans, get ready to touch down in the tropics. Miller Lite and Sun Country Vacations are proud to present the first ever Vikings tailgate on the beach, December 10th through the 13th at the magnificent Omni Resort in Cancun, Mexico, with special musical guest Rocket Club. Don't miss out on this unforgettable weekend. Visit Vikings.com or FoxSportsNorth.com and click on the Vikings tab to find out how you can join in the fun.
There's nothing like seeing Minnesota baseball in stunning high definition. And there's nothing like watching the biggest new DVD releases on breathtaking Blu-ray. Bring home the best in home entertainment with the Sylvania HD LCD flat screen and the outstanding Sylvania Blu-ray disc player. Available today at these stores.
Jeep Grand Cherokee is the most awarded SUV ever. And Jeep Wrangler has an all-new powertrain with improved fuel economy, a refined, quiet interior, best-in-class maneuverability and ground clearance. And with some of the year's best deals, there's a lot to celebrate. The Jeep Celebration event, featuring the newest lineup of trail-rated SUVs.
Now, well-qualified lessees get the 2011 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo 4x4 for $339 a month.
Twins Live, presented by CenturyLink, coming up next.
Taking a look at the Bryan Heating and Cooling Systems weather forecast as the Twins head home to take on the Mariners. A little breezy with winds coming in mostly from the west. On the cool side as well, 62 as we start things off with just a spotty shower early on. Otherwise, we're looking dry by 5th inning.
All right, well, we'll take that. We'll be back home after this really unusual one game trip to New York, anywhere for that matter, but necessitated by the rainout on April 6th. How's your birthday going, by the way?
It's coming, well, we're only one run down. If the Twins win, it'll be an outstanding birthday.
Now, next year, according to the schedule, we'll be opening up the season on April 6th.
In Baltimore.
Ben Revere takes a strike. Revere with a couple of infield hits and a strikeout, leaving the bases full in the fourth. One and one. We've seen Revere's primary weapon being speed, of course. And he's used it to get to first base twice here. Now a roller through the right side and a 3-hit game for Ben Revere in his first game at Yankee Stadium. So we'll see if he uses that speed to try to get to second base. I wonder if the answer to our AT&T trivia question is Harmon Killebrew or Roger Maris. Harmon, the MVP in '69, and it's Roger Maris who hit .269 when he hit 61 home runs in '61.
Nice going.
Here's Trevor Plouffe. Revere has already stolen 2 bases, backing up his infield hits. Down a run now. Seems likely he might be asked to go again.
Well, that was off A.J. Burnett with that high leg kick. See what Davis looks like in the stretch position if he has that slide step. Steps off.
Corey Wade was pitching from the stretch in the 5th inning, and I'm sure Twins stopwatches were working to see how
quicker.
fast he was.
Yeah, quicker right there. That's that slide step. With he came in with runners at second base, so you didn't really see it until there's this situation here. Saw Boone Logan starting to loosen up. One of the 3 left-handers out in that Yankee bullpen.
All 4 Twins runs they scored charged to A.J. Burnett, the Yankee starter. Plouffe singled sharply up the middle at the beginning of the 4th inning, or 5th inning, excuse me. 1-0. Revere goes, and Plouffe lifts it foul into the seats.
Might have been a hit and run right there, put on by Ron Gardenhire.
Plouffe looking over, excuse me, Revere looking over his right shoulder at Steve Little as he retreats to first. One and one. Revere stays put, and it's 2-1. This the cliched preferred count for a hit and run, 2-1. Pitcher doesn't want to fall behind 3-1. He's going to really try to throw a strike. And Revere goes. It's a strike called, and Revere is out at second base. Martin finally threw him out. The Twins had stolen 3 times against him. They had a better chance to throw the runner out.
Yeah, because of the slide step of Corey Wade right there. He got the ball to Martin very quickly, and then Martin, good release. And a quick tag right there by Cano. It looked like maybe Ben got his hand on the bag, but second base umpire called him out.
Rodriguez fires it across. Plouffe retired, out number 2. And that'll bring up Michael Kadire. Revere probably convinced he was in there safely. Got in there with his hand. Kadire's 2-run home run to center cut the Yankee lead in half from 5-1 to 5-3.
Yeah, he jumped on that fastball from A.J. Burnett, the first fastball, and hit a straightaway center.
Strike over the inside corner. One and one. That's to center, and Granderson charging in. We'll play it on a couple of hops, and Kadire has his second hit.
Right off the end of the bat, a little flare into center field.
Day after the Vikings' second straight second half meltdown. You can check out the grades in Brian Hall's weekly report card. Plus, get an update from Winter Park later in the day at foxsportsnorth.com. With Chris Parmalee up and Boone Logan warmed up, the Yankees will make another pitching change, with Wade giving up a couple of hits here in the 6th.
Roseville Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram is the Twin Cities and Greater Minnesota's premier dealer.
Now get a new 2011 Chrysler 300 Limited after discounts for just $27,458 or lease for $329 a month.
Imported from Detroit, sold in Roseville.
There's nothing like seeing Minnesota baseball in stunning high definition. And there's nothing like watching the biggest new DVD releases on breathtaking Blu-ray. Bring home the best in home entertainment with the Sylvania HD LCD flat screen and the outstanding Sylvania Blu-ray disc player. Available today at these stores.
What separates Ram trucks from Ford and Chevy? Well, the legendary Hemi engine, unsurpassed off-road capability, and best-in-class maximum towing, just to name a few. Standing alone never felt so powerful. Come drive one yourself. Ram Power Days.
Get a no extra charge Hemi V8 with 0% APR or up to $5,500 total values on 2011 Ram Crew Cab.
The Fox Sports North Prep Zone, presented by Wells Fargo, brings you inside prep sports with 4 high school matchups, streamed simultaneously, live statistics, interactive chat, and much more. The Fox Sports North Prep Zone, presented by Wells Fargo, revolutionizing how you follow high school sports.
Corey Wade thought he threw a good pitch, thought he was out of the inning.
I mean, sometimes you have to tip your hat to the hitter, and Michael Kadire going down and hitting us right off the end of the bat. And Wade going, wow. How did he hit that?
Unbelievable, or words to that effect. Kadire aboard, and that gets Parmalee to the plate, who again has had a very good ball game here, hitting with some power, a home run and a double. 8 at bats for Parmalee against left-handed pitching, and he's got 2 doubles and has only struck out once.
They'll be facing Boone Logan coming in for the 59th time. 38 2/3 innings. He's given up 40 hits, 4 home runs, 13 walks, 3 intentional, with 43 strikeouts. Logan in his second season with the Yankees. Pitched for the White Sox and the Braves before coming here to New York.
Well, Well, here's Parmalee, who so far has seemed very underwhelmed at the major league level. Hitting the ball and hitting with some power. Batting average just under 400, slugging percentage over 600.
Well, what he'll see from Logan is a fastball in the upper 80s, lower 90s, a hard slider, and a changeup.
1-0. Speed pitch tickles the outside corner, 1-1.
2 straight sliders so far. Martin again sitting outer half of the plate. Fastball missing.
2-1. And Kadire dives back to the bag. Swing and a miss, another slider, and it's 2-2. Two and two to the Twins' first baseman. Kadire takes off, and it's ball 3. So the Twins send Kadire for the 4th stolen base of the afternoon.
Well, you know what? Kadire's really done a good job of knowing when to run right there. Logan really concentrating on Parmalee. Kadire stealing his 11th base in 12 attempts.
A hit to the outfield might tie the game. Full count to Parmalee. Squirted off the end of the bat. Rodriguez picks it up and fires, and the Twins again leave a runner on in scoring position. It's still 5-4.
You're watching Fox Sports North.
Here's a story of a gal named Jessie who was staying at Grand Casino with the girls. All of them love striking gold and fancy toenails. The youngest wanted curls. Then Jessie had the urge to play some poker. She saw his eyes, and it was much more than a hunch. He was bluffing, and she'd make him eat his aces. And that was when he slyly asked her out to lunch.
GMC Truck Month. For all those times when it's just you and your trailer. For all those times when the job demands that you stay connected. For those times when nothing comes between you and the game. We offer our best Sierra ever. During GMC Truck Month, get 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 cash allowance on Sierra, plus 1 year of SiriusXM satellite radio, including every NFL game.
If you've stopped saving, let us help you start. Savings today and rewards tomorrow from U.S. Bank. Save a little every week with every purchase, every paycheck. Watch your savings grow. When you reach $1,000, you'll earn a $50 rewards Visa card. Earn another $50 when you keep it for a year. Save for a wedding day, a family, or your house. Just start. All of us serving you. U.S. Bank.
Twins baseball on Fox Sports North is brought to you in HD by Sony.
Twins trying to come back in this one, and their defense helping them along the way.
Well, you know what? Not too many times this year we've had defensive highlights. And right there, you know, double play, turn by Plouffe. And right here, Dinkelman going a long way to catch this ball in foul territory. So some pretty good defensive plays behind the pitching staff here so far.
Doing more on defense brought to you by the Home Depot. Derek Jeter leading off the 6th against Kyle Waldrop, who had a nice tidy 1-2-3 fifth inning. And now a bunt up the line, and it'll be a base hit. So Jeter drops down a bunt for a leadoff single here in the sixth. For Jeter, his third hit of the day.
He's such a smart player. You know, Derek Jeter has been around the games. This is his 17th Major League season. He notices that Luke Hughes is playing back and drops down that ball down the third baseline. No play. No. I mean, Luke Hughes attempts right here, but got no chance. Decides to hold on to it. Good decision.
Here's Granderson. Blocked by Rivera, ball one. Granderson started the scoring with a 2-run home run against Scott Diamond in the first. Since then, a fly to left and a walk. Foul back.
The Yankees saw a little bit of Granderson's power last year. He had 24 home runs for the Yankees last year, but my goodness, I don't think anybody would expect he'd hit 40 or more. He's made himself a great player. Not only on the field, but off the field, too. This guy's a true gentleman.
That much was true of him in Detroit. He was just considered to be one of the brightest ambassadors of the game in Detroit. Here's a bouncer up the line, foul. You mentioned Kevin Long, the hitting coach, but credit Granderson, too, to being adaptable to some changes.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes players tend to be a little headstrong, and they've done things a certain way for a long period of time. Pulled foul.
Well, when you're having trouble against left-handed pitching, like the numbers we showed you earlier, and over the last 3 years, how it's gotten better, you know, you have to make changes. That's the adjustments you have to make if you want to play every day. And Granderson, one of those guys that plays every day, because now he can hit lefties.
One and two, and another throw to first.
I mean, his last season with the Tigers, he really struggled, hitting just 183. Got better last year at 236, and coming in today's play, 276.
Tapper to first. Harmony fires. They get the out at second. And Granderson reaches on a fielder's choice.
Yeah, good play by Parmalee right there. Not trying to turn a double play himself. Get the force out. He kind of smothered that ball right there as it came up on him. Made a good throw over to Plouffe to get the force out of Jeter at second base.
You know, I was thinking about that after the game yesterday. Parmalee committed a costly error, and the coaches talk about, even the players talk about, eventually the game slows down. And I think the errors that we've seen Parmalee make at first on ground balls have been just that. You know, trying to be in a hurry to get something done. Simply fielding a ground ball and going to the bag, and it's understandable. Players, everybody who's played the game talks about how the pace of the game is quicker up here, but you don't really relax until you allow the game to slow down a little bit. Here's Teixeira, and there's a ball.
That's Teixeira hitting as a left-handed hitter for the first time, where he's hitting only 220. But 24 of his 37 home runs have come from this side of the plate.
Tapper to Waldrop. He'll go to first, and Granderson will go to second. 2 down. And that'll bring up Alex Rodriguez. Twins and Mariners begin a 3-game series tomorrow night. It's a Sports Authority Value Pack game. Purchase a ticket in the U.S. Bank home run porch. Get a free Schweigert hot dog and Pepsi. Tickets are available for the game, so call 800-33-TWINS or visit twinsbaseball.com. So Granderson at second, and Rodriguez at the plate. Swing and a miss. Both teams have left a cluster of runners on in scoring position. The Yankees have left 7 men on, 6 of them in scoring position. The Twins have left 9 men on, 8 of them in scoring position.
Imagine what Kyle Waldrop's thinking right now. Here he, faced Jeter, faced Teixeira, and now you get to try to get out this guy right here, Rodriguez.
You get ahead of him with that sinking fastball, 0-2.
It's just another hitter out there if you're out on that mound, but you know who it is, too. Still have to make good quality pitches. So far, so good for Kyle Waldrop.
2 strikes to Rodriguez. Bounced foul. Bob Thompson with the catch. Two to Alex Rodriguez. Inside move had Granderson dancing off of second.
And it's good that you do that once in a while too. Just show that base runner. Granderson, don't get too off. Jose Majares, Jim Hoey loosening up.
Rivera has done a great job again today blocking pitches in the dirt.
Yeah, he just smothers the ball.
So Russell Martin do a good job with Burnett on the mound blocking pitches in the dirt. Rivera's answered him behind the plate for the Twins. One and two. And another bouncer foul. Rodriguez is dealing with a sore thumb. He's actually got his bat handle taped to kind of separate his hands a little bit, so there isn't the pressure on that left thumb. Bouncer through the hole to left. Granderson around third. Here comes the throw from Benson, and it's offline, and the Yankees take the lead. The ball gets away from Rivera, and now Rodriguez slides into second. So Rodriguez finally caught up to a sinker and pounded it through the hole to left.
Yeah, he was pretty quiet, in this ball game. 0 for 2 with a walk hit into a double play, but got a fastball down and found that hole in the left field. Benson comes in, and the ball one hops Rivera. Now Rivera, right off the tip of his glove, the ball got away. Granderson, he's going to score with his speed. And the throw behind, you see where Rivera hit that ball. Waldrop backing up, and it'll be an error on Benson, allowing Rodriguez to go from first to second.
Well, I would give the error to Rivera. I mean, have they ruled?
I'm only saying it because where the throw was, it was way in the foul territory. Rivera had to try to go to his left to get it.
Okay, well, Cano will be intentionally walked in any event. I mean, Rivera's got to catch this ball, doesn't he?
You hope he does, but I mean, you expect that ball to be around home plate, around the home plate area. And Benson comes up, but look where this throw is.
He just kind of nonchalanted the catch.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what the official score rules.
So an intentional walk fills first base. The intentional walk made possible because of the error charged to whomever.
Yeah, they gave it to Rivera.
Okay. And Nick Swisher will hit. So Waldrop was one good pitch away from coming off the field in the 6th. And now the Yankees have scored, and they've got a threat for a bigger inning with Swisher at the plate. Hits are even at 12 apiece. Fouled away, 1 strike.
And Nick Swisher now hitting as a left-handed hitter, where he's hitting .240, but 17 of his 23 home runs have come from this side of the plate. Yankees take advantage of that .314 down the right field line. Left-handed hitter's paradise. You can get it up in the air.
Bounce to second, right at Dinkelman. A run for the Yankees. They strand 2 more, and the Yankees now lead by 2.
Target Field is a great destination for families throughout Twins territory, and families have their own section to enjoy Twins baseball at this outstanding new ballpark. The Our Family section presented by the Our Family brands is very affordable, and each ticket comes with a free Schweigert hot dog and a Pepsi. To make it even more family friendly, alcohol is not permitted in the Our Family section. A great game at a great price at a great place to watch Twins baseball. Tickets are available in the Our Family section. Just call 833-TWINS or visit twinsbaseball.com.
Here's straight from Gardy on Twins Live, presented by Century Link.
This is Joe. He really likes the sun. Joe says the sun can give us all the energy we need without hurting the planet. He says there are people and companies who already know how to use the sun. We just have to get behind them. Can one solution to energy woes be found up in the sky? The possibilities are endless.
All the parts of your personality work together when you're doing something you enjoy. But when you do something tough, it's not so easy.
You think we should quit smoking? Yes, and I think we should start tomorrow. Whatever.
Make quitting smoking easier for every part of you with free help from Quit Plan Services. Call or visit quitplan.com.
Grand Casino story of the game, and we got a good one here.
Yeah, the Twins found themselves down 5-0 in the first inning as Curtis Granderson with a 2-run home run off of Scott Diamond. They gave the Yankees an early 2-0 lead, added another run in the third, and then 2 more in the second inning, 2 more in the third, but the Twins came back. Chris Parmalee with a solo home run in the fourth, and then Michael Kadire in a 3-run fifth inning. This is a 2-run home run to straightaway center. Rafael Soriano coming into the ball game, making his 39th relief appearance. He missed about 6 weeks on a disabled list with some elbow inflammation. Soriano in his first season with the Yankees, last year with the Tampa Bay Rays.
As the Rays climb up closer to first Boston and perhaps eventually the Yankees. Talk about all the talent they lost last year. Don't forget about Soriano and what an awesome year he had for them out of the bullpen last year. And so the Rays go out and they rebuild their bullpen. They got Kyle Farnsworth at the end and might end up in postseason play after all. 1-0 to Valencia.
Yes. Soriano last year 45 saves for the Rays. Now he's the setup guy to Rivera here in New York.
And Rivera tied with Trevor Hoffman for the all-time saves lead. And right now we got a 2-run ball game going to the 7th. The Twins hope to come back and win it, but there might be some history made here later today. Valencia swings and misses 1-2. Valencia, Dinkelman, and Hughes.
Saw the nasty slider right there by Soriano. Good fastball in the low 90s. Very good changeup, split finger. Then the hard slider. That's a splitter right there, misses low. Soriano, a free agent, signed a 3-year deal with the Yankees over the winter.
Went from signing a minor league deal with the Rays, having his outstanding year, and then turned it into a 3-year parlay here in New York.
Same thing that Benoit did with the Detroit Tigers.
Full count to Valencia. Leadoff man here in the 7th. Chopper. Nice stop by Rodriguez. He comes up, fires, makes a fine play. So Rodriguez takes a hit away from Valencia, one away.
Yeah, very nice defensive play by Alex Rodriguez going to his left. And it's how quick can you get up after diving for this ball. And right there, getting up very quickly and then making a good strong throw over to Teixeira.
So one down, and here's Brian Dinkelman. Half swing, did he go? Strike one. Dinkelman's had quite a mid-September here. 3 hits on Saturday, 4 hits yesterday, 2 so far here today. 17 hits as a big leaguer, all singles, 0-2.
And that average up to 395.
And unfortunately for these guys who've had some impact here, what they want more than anything else, I think, is to win a ball game. The Twins haven't done it for a long time, more than a week. As Ron Gardenhire says, shake hands with your teammates after a game.
Looks like Pagliarulo, doesn't he, a little bit?
A little bit.
Dinkelman a lot better looking.
I didn't want to say that, but
yeah, I did.
I felt it.
Well, Dinkelman, 27 years old, getting an opportunity to get some major league at-bats and taking advantage of it. His 6th season in the Twins system.
To center, and Granderson missed the catch. Dinkelman put good wood on that ball for a line out and out number 2. Luke Hughes coming to the plate, but first our Pepsi Max in-game box score.
Yeah, a lot of hits in this ball game. 12 for the Yankees and 12 for the Twins. See Rivera with 3 hits. Michael Kadire with a big 2-run home run. Parmalee with a home run. Added another double. So Twins have hit the ball sharply. They've left a lot of men in scoring position. And they're down by a couple runs.
Fox Tracks brought to you by Carrier. Not only have the Twins left a man on in every inning, they've left a man on in scoring position in every inning. Looking for the first base runner here in the 7th. Swing and a miss, 2 strikes to Hughes. Hughes an infield hit and a stolen base in the 2nd. A warning track fly ball to left in the 4th. And he drove in a run with a ground ball, little number in front of Jeter in the 5th. Still 2 strikes. One and 2. Yankees survived a dreadful start by A.J. Burnett to lead by a pair of runs here in the 7th, and this is where the Yankees have been so good over the years, when they lead in the late innings. Soriano has the first 1, 2, 3 inning for a Yankee pitcher, and it remains a 6-4 ball game.
Great things come in pairs. Like the Chrysler Town & Country, named the highest-ranked minivan in initial quality by J.D. Power & Associates, and the only minivan with leather-trimmed seating and a DVD entertainment system standard. And its counterpart, the Dodge Grand Caravan with Super Stow & Go. It's the most versatile and most affordable minivan in America. Both best-selling minivans, both with something for everyone. Get 0% APR for 60 months or up to $2,500 cash allowance on 2011 Chrysler and Dodge minivans.
A003 license renewal.
Minnesota Twins baseball on Fox Sports North is brought to you by McDonald's. Quench your thirst. Get any size soft drink or sweet tea for just $1. And by CenturyLink. Quest is now CenturyLink. Visit CenturyLink.com to learn more. "6-4, Yankees have the lead. They jumped on Scott Diamond for a quick 5-0 lead. The Twins have come back nicely. Still a couple of runs short as we go to the bottom of the 7th.
Yeah, Kyle Waldrop, I thought, pitched well. He was one good pitch away, and Alex Rodriguez got that base hit to score the run. But 2 very good innings, and Jim Hoey will ask to get 3 outs here in the 7th inning, making his 24th relief appearance.
Waldrop had Jeter drop a bunt on him to start the 6th, and eventually the Yankees were able to get another key hit to score an insurance run. Hoey will face the bottom 3rd of the Yankee lineup. It won't be Andrew Jones. The Yankees will go to the bench here. And
Brett Gardner?
Gardner's going to hit. It'll be Gardner, Montero, and Martin. Sports North as it supports cancer awareness. Marty Gelder, Blake Kubel, and Lisa Dunsing all combining for the Light the Night Walk at Target Field coming up on Sunday, benefiting the Leukemia Lymphoma Society. Join the Fox Sports North team and raise $25 for a chance to win an autographed baseball from Jason Kubel or Brian Dunsing. Visit foxsportsnorth.com. Click on Supports under the More tab to sign up for the team, donate, and other details. And it is Brett Gardner who's going to hit in Andrew Jones' spot.
Yeah, you have to take the bunt away from this guy. Luke Hughes playing in on the grass. Parmalee playing about even with the bag at first. Guy you want to keep off the bases. 45 stolen bases for Gardner. He leads the American League, so it's the guy you want to make him swing the bat.
Jorge Posada has come out onto the on-deck circle. He will apparently hit for Montero. 1-0. Foul back. Two and one. Twins getting 4 innings from their starter, 2 innings from Waldrop. Two and one to the pinch hitter, and just outside.
Right. You see by the Fox track, you know, 3 of the 4 pitches have been right around the plate. That 4th one outside. Again, you don't want to walk this guy right here. You need him to swing the bat.
.95 and in there for a strike. 3-2.
Pump it in there again.
Back. Then these Hoey fastballs consistently being clocked at 95. Plenty of arm strength and speed. The problem for Hoey has been throwing strikes more consistently throwing strikes. Away, and Gardner flicks a foul. Play for Plouffe. Did what he could with it. Gardner legs it out.
Too quick. He's like Ben Revere. He just beats that ball into the ground and utilizes his speed. Now the speedy Gardner at first base. That's what you see Ben Revere trying to do. Take it up the middle, hit it the other way. And you can see where Gardner is by the time that Parmalee catches that ball. Hustling down that line. Beats it out by a mile.
Well, here is Posada, who will enter the game as a designated hitter. And it all but officially answers the question that was posed to Joe Girardi yesterday, whether he would have Posada enter the game in the event Rivera gets a save opportunity to let Posada catch the history-making inning. And Girardi said he'd really have a tough time doing that because Posada's only caught 6 innings this year. The thought being that Posada and Rivera have been together for so long, it would be fitting to have Posada catch the history-making.
Well, he still could. He still could get into the ball game.
Move him out of the DH spot.
Maybe you know, with 2 outs, take Martin out, put Posada in for the last out if it happens.
He's in the game, which he wasn't before. Here's a high chopper. See if the Twins can get 2. Step on the bag, throw to first. That takes care of that. 2 away.
Good job by Hoey right there. In 2 quick pitches, gets the double play ball before Gardner could maybe time him and try to steal second. And Nickelman taking it by himself. A little 4 unassisted, 3 double play.
Here's Russell Martin. Strike ball. Pushed off the plate. 2-0. And you look at Fox strike, that first pitch was right down the middle. Now 3-0. David Robertson will be assigned the task of the 8th inning, and then if all goes well for the Yankees, then Rivera would have the 9th. Three and 0 to Russell Martin. Oh my. The count must have been 2-1 with that first pitch right down the middle. Scoreboard had it wrong, apparently. And the count is 3-1. And there's ball 4. And that'll bring up Jeter.
Well, Jeter with 3 hits already in the ball game, a single to lead off the bottom of the first inning, then a double in the 4th, and then a bunt single in the 5th.
Martin at first with 2 away. Ball 1. And Rivera comes to the mound. 25 hits in the game, 13 for the Yankees.
Saw Rivera go out and talk to Jim Hoey. He really opened up quickly on that first pitch. Rivera saw that, went out there and said, hey, stay back. Just make Martin stop at first base. He's kind of like Kadire. You don't pay attention to him, he'll take off. 8 stolen bases in 9 attempts.
Outside, 2-0. These are the type of innings that have gotten Hoey in trouble in the past. Give up an infield hit, you get the double play ball, you're facing the number 9 batter, you walk him. Now it's 3-0 to Jeter with Granderson on deck. And wide of the plate, back-to-back walks have given the Yankees a threat now in the 7th. But Ron Gardner has to come out and make a pitching change now.
A little extra time right there.
And walks gave the Twins fits yesterday, may have cost them a ball game. One of those walks issued by Jose Majaras, but he's going to pitch next for the Twins with 2 on and 2 out.
Great things come in pairs. Like the Chrysler Town & Country, named the highest ranked minivan in initial quality by J.D. Power and Associates, and the only minivan with leather trimmed seating and a DVD entertainment system standard. And its counterpart, the Dodge Grand Caravan with Super Stow and Go. It's the most versatile and most affordable minivan in America. Both best-selling minivans, both with something for everyone. Get 0% APR for 60 months or up to $2,500 cash allowance on 2011 Chrysler and Dodge minivans.
0 calories. Maximum Pepsi taste.
Great save, kid. You deserve this.
Pepsi Max, the official soft drink of Major League Baseball.
Have you heard about the new Dodge Durango? That it can get over 500 highway miles on a single tank of gas? Or about its best-in-class V6 power and towing? Perhaps that it has premium soft-touch interiors and seating for up to 7. But one thing you probably didn't hear is how affordable it is. The 2012 Dodge Durango. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months or $2,000 cash allowance on the 2011 Dodge Durango.
Yankees lead by a pair. They put together a threat here in the 7th inning. Jose Majaras will try to keep this a 2-run game. And if it's a 2-run game, going to the 9th inning, Mariano Rivera will be warmed up and a chance to enter the record books as the all-time saves leader.
Yeah, he's tied with Trevor Hoffman for all-time save leader with 601, and Lee Smith second on that list with 478. A guy that I'm surprised doesn't get more votes for the Baseball Hall of Fame. That's a lot of saves.
I thought he'd be a first ballot guy. I really did, Lee Smith. Well, here's Granderson, first and second, 2 outs. Majaras issued a bases loaded walk in Cleveland's win over the Twins yesterday, and there's strike 1. Twins issued 2 of those. They took 2 of them back from the Indians, but Ron Gardenhire said, well, he brought these guys in to throw strikes, and Majaras and Burnett each issued a bases loaded walk.
You see the walks, 30 walks in 47 innings pitched for Majaras. 2 sliders missing, a 1 for strike 1, the other one missed.
Majaras walked Jason Kipnis with the bases loaded. A strike called, 1 and 2.
Another big slider.
1-2. Better outing for Maharis as he strands a couple of runners in the 7th. On to the 8th, the Yankees up by a pair.
Tomorrow at 6:30, the Twins take on the Mariners on Fox Sports North.
There's nothing like seeing Minnesota baseball in stunning high definition. And there's nothing like watching the biggest new DVD releases on breathtaking Blu-ray. Bring home the best in home entertainment with the Sylvania HD LCD flat screen and the outstanding Sylvania Blu-ray disc player. Available today at these stores.
Have you heard about the new Dodge Durango? That it can get over 500 highway miles on a single tank of gas? Or about its best-in-class V6 power and towing? Perhaps that it has premium soft-touch interiors and seating for up to 7. But one thing you probably didn't hear is how affordable it is. The 2012 Dodge Durango. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months or $2,000 cash allowance on the 2011 Dodge Durango.
When it comes to saving energy, we're off to a good start. But now it's time to go to the next level. So let's do a little detective work. Pick up what we need, roll out, caulk, and install. And pretty soon we're seeing the fruits of our labor right there at our bottom line. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Right now, Owens Corning EcoTouch attic insulation is only $12.50 a roll.
Twins Live, presented by CenturyLink. Coming up next.
Well, welcome back. This copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the Minnesota Twins and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Minnesota Twins, LLC.
Twins got 4 runs in the middle innings against starter A.J. Burnett. Now they've found out what everybody else in the American and National League has found out. Yankees have a really good bullpen, and David Robertson putting together a season for the ages.
Yeah, Robertson, an all-star this year in his 4th season with the Yankees, a 1.14 ERA, making his 67th relief appearance. 63 innings pitched, only 39 hits allowed. He's allowed only 1 home run, 35 walks, 6 intentional, with 96 strikeouts in the 63 innings.
We saw with some of the Cleveland relievers, if you do not give up the home run ball, your numbers are, and you throw it over the plate, your numbers are going to be pretty good. With just the 1 home run allowed, Robertson's just been outstanding.
Yeah, he's got a good fastball in the low 90s, very good curveball. He's added a little cut fastball in on left-handers, and then changeup.
So it'll be Benson, Rivera, and Revere due up, although Rene Tassoni's now in the on-deck circle. He apparently will hit for Rivera. Benson 0 for 3, including a couple of strikeouts. And he takes up an in ball 1. Twins were set down in order in the 7th for the first time today. Foul back, 1-1.
You know, you don't save 600 ball games unless you have good personnel around you, and that's what the Yankees have always been able to do, is have some very good setup men to Mariano Rivera. So Oliveira starting to loosen up in the Twins bullpen.
Well, last year Robertson had a good year, but not a spectacular year. This has been a spectacular year for him. Foul back, 1-2. Looking for 2 runs against Robertson, maybe Rivera. And those 2 guys have only given up 22 runs all year. Benson, a wicked hop, fielded by Rodriguez, and he throws him out. Rodriguez with a couple of nice plays in the field in the late innings.
Yeah, last inning starting off the 7th, they made a nice play off the bat of Danny Valencia. And right here has to play that nasty hop right there. And then the throw over to Teixeira for the first out.
One down, and Tassoni will hit in Rivera's spot. And lately the Twins have been handling their catcher spot much like a pitcher would be used in the National League, hitting 9th. And then in the late innings, a change made, a pinch hitting appearance for someone. In this case, it's Tassoni, and then Butero will catch the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah, Tassoni having some good at bats, even though the low batting average of 166. 1 for 7 as a pinch hitter.
Popped up behind third. Rodriguez in foul ground. Out number 2. Tassoni unavailable yesterday because of the flu bug that's been going around the clubhouse. Wednesday, another Rasmussen College Student Day. The Twins hosting the Mariners at 7:10. Standing room only tickets are half price for students with valid ID. Tickets are available on the day of game only, and they are limited, so make your plans to come out early. If you'd like more information about Rasmussen College Student Days, go to twinsbaseball.com. Ben Revere with 3 hits, 2 infield hits. And the average been stuck around 250 for the longest time, now up to 258. Strike. Scudder's single off of Wade in the 6th. 6 straight batters have been retired by the Yankee bullpen. Boone Logan 1, Soriano 3, and now Robertson retiring the first 2 men and getting ahead of Revere now 0-2.
Yeah, 2 fastballs, outer half of the plate to get ahead. Martin wanting this pitch up in the zone. It wasn't high enough. Ben able to foul it off.
Two strikes to Revere. Back to the mound. Robertson with another 1-2-3 inning. The Yankees lead 6-4 going to the bottom of the 8th.
What separates Ram trucks from Ford and Chevy? Well, the legendary Hemi engine, unsurpassed off-road capability, and best-in-class maximum towing, just to name a few. Standing alone never felt so powerful. Come drive one yourself. Ram Power Days.
Get a no extra charge Hemi V8 with 0% APR or up to $5,500 total values on 2011 Ram Crew Cab.
You're watching Fox Sports North.
The Mattress Free-for-All, now at Home Sleep Express. Get free pillows, sheets, and mattress pad. Spend $9.99 and we'll deliver for free. Plus, interest-free financing till 2015. The Mattress Free-for-All at Sleep Express. In all home furniture stores.
We keep hearing how Devani's Pizza and Hot Hoagies are everyone's favorite in town. Here's what some of our customers think.
My Devani's favorite is the Club on White. I add banana peppers to give it spice, which is nice.
Our Devani's favorite is the birthday parties, because the kids can make their own pizzas.
My Devani's favorite is our own Mediterranean pizza on thin crust. It ain't Norwegian.
My Devani's favorite are the large orders. We'll take care of you.
What's your Devani's favorite? Find out for yourself and let us know.
Patio prices will increase 10 to 20% in 2012. At Seasonal Concepts, you can beat the price increase and save 30 to 50%. Plus, we'll hold your new or custom-ordered set and finance it free till April of 2012. Seasonal Concepts in all home furniture stores.
Hi, I'm Ron Coomer, and you're watching Fox Sports North.
Twins trail the Yankees here at Yankee Stadium by a couple of runs. We've got a very interesting postgame show coming your way. It's Twins Live, presented by CenturyLink, featuring the Toyota postgame wrap. We'll discuss a couple things. First of all, the MVP candidates doing damage today. Granderson with the home run today. Robinson Cano with a triple. Chris Parmelee hits his second big league home run, enjoying New York City in his second trip here to the Big Apple. And some record-breaking days. Ben Revere sets the rookie stolen base record today. Luis Rivas set that a decade ago. He breaks it with his 32nd. And Mo Rivera, there he is, Dickenberg, getting ready to come in for what could be career save number 602 and lead the way of anyone else in the history of the sport.
Yeah, Rivera stretching out that shoulder. Lester Olivares coming in to work hopefully a shutout 8th inning, making his 9th appearance as a Minnesota Twin, his 18th overall.
Teixeira in the box, and he takes strike one. Now, what we saw on Olivares' last outing was a wider variety of pitches and pitch speeds. First pitch clocked at 87. There's a fastball at 92. Loop to left, and it's going to die in front of Benson for a base hit. So on an 0-2 pitch, Teixeira dumps a single to left. John's delivery of the game coming off the bat of Michael Kadire.
Yeah, this in the 5th inning. This made it a 5-3 ball game. Michael Kadire with a 2-run home run, his 19th home run of the year.
Leadoff man is on. Of course, for those of you who don't know the saves rule, if the Yankees were to get a couple runs here in the bottom of the 8th, it would no longer be a save opportunity. Rodriguez skies it in the direction of Dinkelman. One down. And the Yankee fans are cheering the outs because they want to see history made here today.
Drew Butera now catching as Rivera was pinch hit for.
Based on what I just saw, if Cano hits into a double play here, he'll get a standing ovation coming off the field. Yankee fans were treated to Jeter getting his 3,000th hit here at the stadium earlier this summer, and the Yankees have a long homestand here, so it's eventually probably going to happen. Ball one. Ball wide of the plate. Would really like what they've seen, understanding that Olivares is a project, something that's not a finished, someone that's not a finished product yet.
Well, he's a young guy that, you don't want to go into next year as a project either. You need a strong bullpen like the Yankees have. Good fastball there at 94.
That's why there's some thought that Olivares, if he pitches winter ball, as he very likely will, that he'd be better served getting some time as a starting pitcher to get repetition out there on the mound, 5-6 innings at a time instead of the 1 or 2 that he's gotten here in the big leagues. 2-1. Deflected and into short right field. Teixeira will hold up at second. Olivares nearly caught it for a line drive double play, but as it is, he deflected it past Dinkelman and into right field.
Well, Cano getting jammed right here, but hitting it right back at Olivares and tips off his glove. And with Dinkelman going to cover, up the middle, that kind of left that second base hole open. Teixeira scoots over to second. So Cano gets his second hit of the ball game.
First and second, one down. Here, Swisher. Big swing and a miss. 94-mile-per-hour fastball. 2 strikes.
Believe me, the players on the field aren't thinking about Rivera. The Yankee players about Rivera warming up. Swisher would like to maybe drive in a run or 2 here.
Two strikes to Nick Swisher. Olivares fires to second. And the Yankee fans cheer because they'll have a chance to see history here today.
Tomorrow at 6:30, the Twins take on the Mariners on Fox Sports North.
Are you curious about new ideas? Do you want to learn a new language? Or just a new word? Maybe you want to know more about anatomy or astronomy. You could master something new or uncover a hidden talent. There's never been a better time to learn.
GMC Truck Month. For all those times when it's just you and your trailer. For all those times when the job demands that you stay connected. For those times when nothing comes between you and the game. We offer our best Sierra ever. During GMC Truck Month, get 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 cash allowance on Sierra, plus 1 year of SiriusXM satellite radio, including every NFL game.
Hello? It's water from the drinking fountain at the mall.
Great tasting tap water can now come from any faucet, anywhere. Introducing the Brita bottle with a filter inside.
It's more than just a voice. It's something else.
You're the total package, my dear.
You have the spirit. You have the swagger.
So I guess you got the X Factor.
The X Factor 2-night premiere begins this Wednesday on Fox.
The ramp up to this moment came on the road. The 600th save, oddly enough, on a throw out of Ichiro at second base. So that left him 1 save short of Trevor Hoffman's record, and he did that on Saturday.
Yeah, against the Toronto Blue Jays, getting that final out and picking up his 601st save. And here today, got a chance to be the all-time saves leader. A chance to pass Trevor Hoffman, who had a great career. And there they are right there, Rivera, Hoffman, and Lee Smith.
And the massive numbers. If 600 home runs, as we said the other day, is a lot of anything, 600, and then 2 for saves. This guy has picked up so many saves in the regular season, and that doesn't begin to tell you what he's done in the postseason. That the Twins have run into a brick wall in the Yankees in the playoffs is due largely to Rivera. He's got 5 postseason saves and a postseason win against the Twins. Trevor Plouffe to lead things off. Ball 1. Plouffe, Kadire, and Parmelee here in the ninth.
And what's amazing about Rivera, excellent control throughout his whole career. He'll do it with 2 pitches, a fastball, then that little cutter.
2-0. 42 postseason saves. Two and one, as Joe Torre, his former manager, so aptly put it. 42 saves when everyone is watching. Two and two. Briefly a starter in 1995, then a setup man for John Wetland. Bouncer to second. Cano to Teixeira. Next man up, Kadire.
Well, you look at the Hall of Fame credentials for Rivera, 601 saves. Look at the ERA in postseason, and part of first 5 World Championship clubs.
Kadire, the only experienced member of the Twins roster who has any experience with Rivera, and that's not good. 0 for 6. Inside, ball 1. Kadire's 2-run homer in the 5th got the Twins closer. He also singled in the 6th. Two and 1. Two and 2.
The hitters say it's like trying to hit off a buzzsaw. That ball just keeps spinning. You think you're on top of it, and the ball just rotates to the left.
Loop to right. Dickerson's there. He makes the catch, out number 2. That'll leave it to Chris Parmalee, who will get his first look at the greatest cutter this game has ever seen. Parmalee with a solo homer in the 4th, a double and a run scored in the 5th, 2 for 4.
New generation facing the old generation.
I should say so. Two strikes. Welcome to the Rivera cutter.
That's what happens right there. You think you're on that, but you know, we've seen Parmalee make good contact with almost every pitch, get the barrel of the bat out, and right there, Rivera jams him.
Ryan Cashman on the right, the general manager of the Yankees. Parmalee wants a particular bat. And home plate umpire John Hirschbeck might have a word with the rookie about having a bat ready. 2 strikes. Incidentally, the Yankees hoping to reduce their magic number to 6. 0-2 to Chris Parmalee. More history in the Bronx. Mariano Rivera is now baseball's all-time saves leader.
Little cutter down and away.
Where'd he come up with that pitch?
A big hug right there by Jeter. They came up together. Jorge Posada right there. The only person missing is Andy Pettitte.
And it is nice, of course, when these things happen at home. And Rivera has been so important to the Yankees' success over the years. That was Paul Simon we saw there, the legendary songwriter and performer. Rivera getting congratulations, hugs from teammates, much like we saw when Jim Thome hit career home run number 600.
You see the last out right here, that little cutter down and away. It's a strike. You know what's nice too? A lot of the Twins players watching this right here. Not a lot of emotion. I'm sure there's a lot inside of Rivera.
Well, he's been very good for the Yankees, very good for the game. A lot of the same things we said about Jim Thome, we can say about Mariano Rivera, and the Twins on the losing end of some history in the Bronx. Anthony LaPanta, the Twins coming back, but not far enough.
We'll continue to take a look at Mariano Rivera's amazing career. We'll look at how the MVP candidates did the damage for the Yankees today, and hear from Gardy next on Twins Live.
Jeep Grand Cherokee is the most awarded SUV ever. And Jeep Wrangler has an all-new powertrain with improved fuel economy, a refined, quiet interior, best-in-class maneuverability and ground clearance. And with some of the year's best deals, there's a lot to celebrate. The Jeep Celebration event, featuring the newest lineup of trail-rated SUVs.
Now, well-qualified lessees get the 2011 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo 4x4 for $339 a month.
You still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole, because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
There's a reason it's illegal to text and access the web while driving.
It's here. A force to be reckoned with. The unbridled power of the legendary Hemi engine. And today, when you buy a Ram 1500, you'll get a Hemi V8 at no extra charge. Come drive one yourself. Ram Power Days.
Get a no extra charge Hemi V8 with 0% APR or up to $5,500 total values on 2011 Ram Crew Cab.
Mariano Rivera picks up save number 602 in his career in a 6-4 Yankee win in New York. We'll hear from Gardy and take a closer look at his career next on Twins Live.
Here's straight from Gardy on Twins Live, presented by CenturyLink.
Jeep Grand Cherokee is the most awarded SUV ever. And Jeep Wrangler has an all-new powertrain with improved fuel economy, a refined, quiet interior, best-in-class maneuverability and ground clearance. And with some of the year's best deals, there's a lot to celebrate. The Jeep Celebration event, featuring the newest lineup of trail-rated SUVs.
Now, well-qualified lessees get the 2011 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo 4x4 for $339 a month.
It happened so fast. The car accident, my injury. I was overwhelmed with medical bills, and my insurance wasn't coming through. Finally, I called Sieben Gross Van Holtem and Carey. They helped me understand my rights, then fought hard for me. I didn't know what to expect when I made the call, but I sure made the right one.
Call 1-800-4RIGHTS or go to knowyourrights.com. Sieben Gross Van Holtem and Carey.
They helped me get my life back.
Meet the Mazda crossovers, the 5-passenger Mazda CX-7 and the 7-passenger Mazda CX-9. Style, luxury, safety, plus one feature that trumps them all: how it drives. We build Mazdas. What do you drive? Get the Mazda CX-9 with 0% APR for 60 months plus up to $1,000 cash back.
So.
Fox Sports North Twins coverage continues. Twins Live, presented by CenturyLink, starts now.
Number to 6. 0-2 to Chris Parmalee. More history in the Bronx. Mariano Rivera is now baseball's all-time saves leader.
Mariano Rivera picks up career save number 602 and extends the Minnesota losing streak to 9 as the Yankees beat the Twins in the Bronx 6-4. The final. Welcome to Twins Live, presented by CenturyLink with Ron Coomer. I'm Anthony LaPanta. We'll hear from Ron Gardenhire a bit later in the show. We'll also hear from Curtis Granderson, who once again a big part of a big day for the Yankees, who just keep rolling in the American League East. But Coom, the story of the day today, the historic save for Mariano Rivera, who now has his name on top of the all-time saves list, one better than Trevor Hoffman.
Well, you look at that list, and those are all phenomenal closers, but obviously the one on top, Mariano Rivera, first round, will be a first ballot Hall of Fame type of a guy. He's had more saves in playoff games than any other closer in the history of our game. And just as we talked about in the pregame show, just a classy individual. But when you look at what he's done and for the amount of time that he's been dominant in the league, Anthony, with what everybody talks about as being one pitch, isn't necessarily always true, but for probably the first half of his career, 90% of the pitches he threw was a cutter, and you talk about a dominant pitch in the game, that might have been, for one inning each time, maybe the most dominant pitch in the game for 10 years.
He came up as a starting pitcher in 1995, moved into the bullpen in 1996, and on the Toyota postgame wrap, Dick Bramer, Bert Blyleven, he quite simply has been a part of as dominant a run as we've seen for any team in this era. 7 World Series and 5 championships since that 1996 season.
Yeah, and I'd like to touch on something Ron Coomer talked about. He talked about, the cutter and how he kind of made that pitch famous. Bruce Sutter got into the Hall of Fame because he kind of made the splitter famous, and I think a comparison could be made for what Rivera has done. Now you go through baseball and everybody, seems like half the people on a staff have that cutter now.
What a great moment. I know on my birthday here today, even though it's not April 6th, you look at what happened here this afternoon. Mariano Rivera, unbelievable. Now the all-time saves leader in the history of the game of baseball. Unbelievable. And the last out being Chris Parmalee on 3 pitches. This is an 0-2 pitch, and the cutter shaving the corner. I think that's what's impressed me the most about Rivera. Yes, the cutter, but he can put it where he wants to. He's been doing it for year after year, and Jorge Posada pushing him out on that mound after the Yankees won, and he stood on that mound, tipped his hat, and thanked the fans of New York here for all their support over the years. And what a great gesture by the Yankees, and to a great closer and a great man.
The really great performers in big league baseball don't let adversity get to them. If they've had a bad outing, they go right back out there, and Rivera, I think, could be remembered for that too. He's had some broken save opportunities in the World Series, but he just keeps right on going.
And Rivera's that type of guy that's going to say credit to the guys that set him up. Right. Here it was Soriano, it was a bullpen, it was David Robertson to get him to the 9th inning. That's what's helped him get 602 saves, is the guys in front of him, and he'll remember all of those guys throughout his career.
Here's the only good thing. We won't have to face Rivera closing games in the playoffs this year. He's done more than enough of that over the years against the Twins in October as well, guys.
As have all the other teams in baseball. Rivera with 602 regular season saves, 42 more in the playoffs.
You'd like to be facing them in the playoffs this year.
Another shot. 42 saves in the playoffs. And to put that number in perspective, the next guy on the list is Brad Lidge with 18. Just quite simply the best postseason closer that the game has seen. Mariano Rivera has his name on top of the all-time saves list. There's now a new name on top of a Twins record list, and that's Ben Revere, who stole 2 bases today, which now gives him more in his rookie season than any Twin. The old record was held by Luis Rivas 10 years earlier, but tonight Revere, with 2 more, now has 32 on the season.
Well, Ben has definitely come up and made an impact. You see Chuck Knobloch, a guy who I played with with 25 stolen bases on a very good, obviously very good 91 team. But Ben Revere has been able to come up, get on base and do some pretty good things and show the manager that he belongs in the big leagues, and also make a major impact on the base paths. So we've heard a lot about his swing, but it's
kind of phased out Maglia Ordonez, kind of a bench player. And Delman Young plays a lot. Driven into left field. That's going to dunk in there for a base hit. I think that Benson kind of lost it in the sun, got a late jump, so a leadoff single by Teixeira.
Benson also lost his footing out in left field a little bit. See the big swing from Mark Teixeira beats him a little bit. Don't know if Benson would have been able to get there anyway. Place your divots.
Alex Rodriguez swings at the first pitch and pops it up. Dinkelman for the first out. There's Mo. He's getting ready. Mariano with 601 saves, tied with Trevor Hoffman for the most in big league history. Here's Robinson Cano. Blocked by Butera. The 1-0. 2-0. See Nick Swisher asking, is he throwing a changeup? Time call by Cano.
I think that first pitch to Robinson Cano was a changeup from Oliveros. Followed it up with a pretty good fastball at 93. Nick Swisher paying attention, asking Kevin Long a little scouting report.
Paid attendance here at the stadium, 40,045 today. That's obviously not how many are in the ballpark, but the tickets from the April 6th game. The 2-1. Knocked down by Oliveros. It's going to trickle into right field for a base hit. He might have stopped the double play there.
Yeah, you wonder if he lets it go, it might be a pretty routine 4-6-3 double play. I don't think Robinson Cano hit it on the barrel. Looked like it got jammed a little bit. Oliveros deflects it into right field. Robinson Cano will take it.
Well, now if you're a Yankee fan, what are you rooting for here? Do you want the Yankees to score a couple of runs and have more breathing room, or do you want it to stay right here so Rivera could get the save or the opportunity for the save? Swisher 2 for 4. Swings and misses. Last two times Swisher saw Cano walked intentionally in front of him. In the fourth to load the bases, he had a fly ball to center. And then in the sixth to put runners on first and second with 2 outs. And then he grounded out to second. Nick has scored a run and also drove in a run today. Tap back to the mound. They'll get one, and they'll get two. And Mariano's going to get a chance to set the all-time saves record. No runs, 2 hits, and 1 man left. It's Mo time. Stay where you are for history.
Okay, as you may have heard, yeah, Tom here won Salesman of the Month.
Beat you, and I beat you, and I beat you wicked bad.
Which means he gets his very first
company car.
How about that? All right, everybody, get back to work.
Jeter? The guy's got an edge.
Derek Jeter?
That guy's got an edge.
Oh, definitely an edge.
He's got an edge. Totally.
Porque tiene un edge. Jeter, you know he's got an edge.
He so has an edge.
He's got an edge, baby.
And I got it with this cool panoramic Vista roof.
Now lease an edge with Sync and My Ford Touch for just $199 a month. Just $199.
Unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it.
Only at your Tri-State Ford dealer.
Sending back to college for a sophomore year. Co-signed a credit card, buy books, not beer. But the second that she shut the door, girls started blowing up their credit score. She bought a pizza party for the whole dorm floor. 100 pounds of makeup at the makeup store. And to take it down to spring break in Mexico. But her folks didn't know, cause her folks didn't go to freecreditscore.com.
Offer applies with enrollment at freecreditscore.com.
ESPN New York brings you complete coverage of New York Jets football. All week long, you can hear the team call in to talk football with Michael Kay. And on game day, hear every Jets game live on ESPN New York 1050. And go to ESPNNewYork.com for Jets updates and analysis. Follow the New York Jets with ESPN New York all season long.
Well, Mariano enters to the strains of Enter Sandman by Metallica. And that's what he's done for all these years as he's built up all of these saves. He is tied with Trevor Hoffman with 601 career saves, the most ever in the history of Major League Baseball. Mariano also has 42 postseason saves, and he'd probably consider those the most important of all. But right here, he has a chance to take the lead. Family and friends at the ballpark. They were with him in Toronto as well. They saw the record tire, and this one obviously would be the record breaker. One mo to go. And here's your opportunity. Mariano got his first save with the Yankees in 1996. He was the setup man that year for John Wetland. He first came to the Yankees out of the minor league system in 1995. Started and then became a reliever. And now all these years later, he's still doing it big time as he has converted his last 13 save opportunities, and he deals high to Trevor Plouffe.
And Michael, the crowd here all afternoon pretty subdued. All of a sudden when Mariano came out of the bullpen, they're all fired up.
Pitch outside, 2-0. He has saved so many big games for the Yankees. He has been picture perfect for them. And there's a strike. And you ask him to say his favorite save, the one that stands out, he says he can't. All he cares about is his team winning. He's had big saves. He's had big blown saves as well. But he is arguably the greatest pitcher or relief pitcher in the history of baseball.
And you wonder what's going through his mind. I mean, obviously the 42 postseason saves, he has done it in big spots. Wonder if he's thinking about 602.
The 2-2. Grounded to second. Cano is there. One away. Yankees have also tightened up the defense, putting Chris Dickerson out in right field for Nick Swisher. Mariano's 41 years old. He has 42 on his back. He has 42 career postseason saves. He has 42 saves this year. Now he's looking for 602 lifetime. We've told the stories before. The save stat was actually invented by Jerome Holtzman, a veteran sports writer in Chicago. In the early 1960s, it became an official stat in 1969. Here's Michael Kadire. Pitch inside. And Mariano Rivera has been the Yankees' exclusive closer since 1997 when John Wetland left the team as a free agent. And he has never relinquished that role all these years later, 1-1. And the pitch. John, you caught both Rivera and Hoffman, and they both did it in completely different ways.
Yeah, Trevor Hoffman had an outstanding changeup, a Bugs Bunny type changeup. Mariano, that one pitch, the cutter, he's mixing in some more sinkers lately.
2-2. Derek's been there for most of them. They both got their first taste of Yankee baseball in '95. The 2-2. Lofted into right field. Right there is Dickerson. One out away. No one has caught more of the saves than that man, Jorge Posada. Now he's a witness to history. And Chris Parmelee at the plate. Most of the fans here at the ballpark on their feet. And a strike. Granderson shallow in center and shaded toward left center. Gardner shallow is in left. The 0-1. Grounded, just foul. Broken bat. How many times has Rivera done that?
Yeah, that's perfect right there. A little cutter in on the hands of a left-handed hitter. Breaks the bat. We've seen that so many times. Russell Martin wants it up and in. It's exactly where he gets it.
One strike away as Parmelee getting a new bat. He has been a major contributor to 5 world championships, starting in 1996 when he set up for John Wetland. In fact, that year, he finished 3rd in the Cy Young voting. As a rookie, setting up. That's how dominant he was. Oh, 2, 2 outs, 9th inning, Yankees up 6-4. Rivera sets and deals. Strike 3, ball game over, Yankees win, and it's perfect because the greatest closer in history now has the most saves in history. With 6:02, he moves ahead of Trevor Hoffman, and he stands alone atop the closer mountain. John, that 9th inning played out the way most of those play out for him. Clean, efficient, and he got it done.
And you could tell he was a little bit pumped up, the ball jumping out of his hand just a little bit better. And a man who has all been about the team first, individual statistics second, enjoying this bit of attention from his teammates. Congratulations, Mariano, 602, the best ever.
So his team crowding around him in front of the mound where he's done such great work. And some of the Twins also standing on the top step of the dugout watching. Really, you could argue it, and I'm sure everybody could argue any kind of point, but there's never been a better closer than Mariano Rivera. And I think what we're doing right now is we're getting a chance to watch the Babe Ruth of his position And if baseball is played another 300 years from now, John, they'll talk about how great Mariano Rivera was.
Yeah, I mean, you can talk about 602, and obviously that's a huge number, but I think the 42, Michael, postseason saves that you mentioned, that's what separates that man from all the other closers who tried to finish out ball games.
Well, he's always been recognized as the greatest, and now he has the numbers to go along with it. And the team shows more emotion than Mo.
Gene Monahan, head trainer, loved it. Captain. Seen that fist pump many times with Mariano finishing out ball games.
And they push him out to the mound where he could soak in the adulation of the crowd. He doesn't know what to do with the attention, John. And I think he was really moved by the fact that the Twins were also clapping in the third base dugout. So Mariano Rivera stands alone atop the saves list. 602 saves. And you know what? He hasn't limped to that finish line, and it's no finish line. He's got many more to go. Just an unbelievable performance, and pretty much what we've seen from him his entire career. And now he is down on the field with Kim Jones. Kim?
Thank you, Michael. Mariano, you said you'd love to get the big one at home in front of not only your teammates, but of course the home crowd. What does this moment mean to you?
This moment is great. I mean, I have to thank God first, you know, my family, my wife, my kids, parents, the organization, the fans. You know, I mean, been wonderful. My team is hot. We did a tremendous job. Switcher to hit that double play. But it's wonderful. I mean, we won. That's the most important thing.
On this day, how can you reflect for us on your journey from a kid in Panama with a milk carton as a glove to now a great life and career that perhaps you never could have dreamed of?
Well, definitely, I couldn't dream about this. And I can tell you what it was from back home in Panama to now. I mean, it's a tremendous journey. And, you know, first of all, like I said, you know, I had to thank God because he made it all possible. And that's wonderful. That's wonderful. I mean, great number. We won today.
So many people already consider you the greatest closer of all time. In your mind, does number 602 stamp you as the greatest all-time closer?
I would never say that. You know me better than that. And, you know, all I can say is thank God for my teammates. You know, they give me the opportunity and they put me there day in and day out. You know, the pitching coach, the coaches, the trainers that got me ready, Gino, Stevie, they always get me ready for the games. And, you know, I will never talk about myself. It's impossible. So, I mean, you say I'm the greatest. I don't know about that. I don't consider myself the greatest. I'm considered a man of blessed.
Well, these people all consider you the greatest. What do you say to these fans who never want you to leave that mound?
I know. I mean, these fans are the best fans there is in baseball. I mean, they have supported me my whole career. And I thank you, fans. Thank you, guys. I mean, I love you, and thanks. Thanks for the prayers also.
Mariano, we thank you, and we congratulate you on the big one.
I'm thinking we have a lot of people from Panama here, too. You know, so thanks my fellow Panamanians, and I love them. Thank you for the support. The whole country is supporting me, and I thank God for that.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Michael.
Thank you, Mo. Thanks for all the years, starting in 1995. Thanks for all the great moments, and thanks for the 602 saves, and just an opportunity to watch this guy do what he does, John. I mean, you feel blessed to see greatness, and I'm sure the fans in Chicago felt blessed to see Michael Jordan. Fans in New York felt blessed to see Babe Ruth and Joe DiMaggio and Mickey Mantle, and the fans in New York have to feel blessed to have seen this guy pitch, and you know what? He's still pitching.
Well, he's still pitching, still getting it done at a high level, and Michael, you and I are lucky enough to know the man behind all these saves, and he's never going to change. It's always about the team. It's always about his teammates, about the Yankees winning first and foremost. But nice to see him have his moment where he's able to enjoy it, that time out on the mound. Congratulations, Mariano.
It was kind of neat seeing him on the mound, because that's the first time you'll ever probably see him uncomfortable on the mound.
That's right.
He did not know what to do, and he was just soaking in the cheers, and he wanted to get off the mound, but his teammates said, you stay out there. And the guy who pushed him out to the mound was the guy who's caught more saves of Mariano than anybody else, and that is Jorge Posada. So just a nice moment on a beautiful afternoon at Yankee Stadium. Here's how it went down with his teammates watching closely. Rivera deals, strike 3, saves 6-0-2, and he stands atop the mountain. And you know what? That's exactly where he belongs.
Mariano Rivera has done it. He's now the all-time saves leader in the history of baseball. Celebrate Mariano's achievement with a special signed logo baseball from Steiner Sports. Each Mariano signed ball is individually numbered and features the official 602 Rivera logo. Reserve yours for just $199.99 by calling 800-759-SCORE or visiting SteinerSports.com today. Congratulations, Mariano.
Want comfort? Gotcha. Want to raise your head and feet? Gotcha. Want to spend less money? Boy, do I gotcha. My Power Bob with Bobopedic fits in any standard queen bed. Theirs is $26.99 for just the adjustable frame and mattress. Mine is only $12.98, including any one of these beds. That's way less than half their price, and you'll sleep just as well on mine. Want gimmick-free financing? Gotcha.
Whether you're buying your first digital camera or have been a Shutterbug for years, 17th Street Photo is the right camera store for you. Come in and see our entire selection of Nikon cameras. The Nikon D3100, complete with an 18 to 55mm VR lens for only $699.95. Nikon's Coolpix S4100, 3-inch high-res touch panel color display and HD movie, $139.95. Nikon Inc. USA limited warranty included. So come see us at 17th Street Photo, the camera store with a personal touch.
Right now, Manhattan Ford is the best place to be with the top 3. The 3 Ford models you want most at prices you'll love best. 1. 2012 Ford Fusion SE for just $139 per month. 2. 2012 Ford Escape XLT for only $137 per month. Or 3. The 2011 Ford Edge SE for just $189 per month. That's 3 great reasons why Manhattan Ford is the best place to be. Online at manhattanford.com and conveniently located at 11th Avenue and 54th Street in the Manhattan Automobile Company.
Hi, I'm Cindy with Lee's Toyota, family owned and operated for over 50 years, where more than 200,000 satisfied customers can't be wrong. Lee's is known as the hallmark of honesty, integrity, quality, and service in the automotive trade. We have a huge inventory of new Toyotas with 0% financing available. There's no waiting. Walk in, drive it home, you own it. Also, we welcome lease returns of any make or model and offer top dollar for your trade. See what a great deal really is at Lee's Toyota.
Yankees get closer to clinching a playoff spot, and then they create some history as they do it. They win 6-4. Let's take a look first at the Land Rover drive of the game.
Well, the Land Rover drive of the game happened a long time ago. Bottom of the first inning, Curtis Granderson got the Yankees on the board in a big way. 41st home run of the year, a 2-run shot to the seats in right center. Your Land Rover drive of the game.
Yankees never looked back after that. Got a little close after a while, but they did hold on to win this one 6-4. And isn't it perfect now that this is the GE Capital Partner Play? Great partnerships are built on trust at GE Capital. We prove that every day.
Well, your partner play, Mariano Rivera, finishing this ball game off. A perfect cutter down and away to Russell Martin. Save number 602 for the great Mariano Rivera.
And hugs and smiles all around. And those two have hooked up for the most saves of the 602, and Mo gets a huge ovation from the crowd here at the stadium as he stands atop the mound where he made history. 6-4. That's the final in this one. 6-15-1 for the Yanks, 4-12-1 for the Twins. Time of the game, 3:20. Wade the win. Rivera, his record-breaking 43rd save, 602nd of his career. Diamond took the loss. Granderson, a 2-run home run, his 41st. Cano, 2 for 3. Intentionally walked twice, a triple, a ribby, and a run scored. Coming up on the Yes Network, stay tuned for the WB Mason postgame show with Bob Lorenz, Jack Curry, and Kimberly Jones. Special thanks to senior producer Bill Bolin, coordinating director John Moore, vice president of operations Ed Delaney, our supervising producer Woody Fryman, and the executive producer of the Yes Network is Mr. John J. Filippelli. Hey, join us again tomorrow for Yankees baseball as the Bombers take on the Tampa Bay Rays at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Coverage begins at 6 p.m. on the Yes Network, followed by first pitch a little after 7 on My 9. Final score, Yankees 6, Twins 4. We'll be back with some final thoughts in a moment. But for now, let's go to Bob Lorenz and Jack Curry in our Yes Network studios.
All right, Michael, thank you, and great to have you with us as always here on the WB Mason post game. It is a 6-4 Yankees win. Mariano would tell you, Rivera would tell you that is the most important thing. But Jack, number 602, I don't know if that's more impressive or the way he got it done again today, 1-2-3.
Right, it's Mariano Rivera special, a 1-2-3 inning again. And Bob, in the sports world, we have a tendency to hype guys up. And then you look at Mariano Rivera. He's just all about humility, but he's the one guy who you could hype up. We could talk forever about how great a pitcher this guy is, how great a teammate he is, and how he just goes out there and does it in a gentlemanly fashion, expects to get the job done. And once again today, that inning is a microcosm of his career. He gets a broken bat. He gets a strikeout. He gets the save. And for him, he acted like it was his first save.
All right, so let's take us through that ninth inning. And it started with him coming out of the pen, the crowd on their feet because they wanted to see history in the making. And it started with Trevor Plouffe in the top of the ninth.
Right, and he gets Plouffe right here to wrap a ball to second base on a cutter. No surprise there, Bob. He ends up throwing 13 pitches in the ninth inning. Guess what? 12 of them were cutters. There's another cutter that Kadire hits to right field. Kadire actually saw the only non-cutter. He threw him a fastball to start that at-bat. And then, of course, 0-2, ninth inning, 2 out. What do you think he's going to do? He's going to throw a cutter. It's right there for strike 3. And then the celebration begins with his teammates celebrating more than Mariano.
Absolutely. So many guys happy to see it. Jorge Posada right there has got more of his saves than any other catcher. And again, he now stands alone atop the all-time saves list, 602 to 601. And for Trevor Hoffman and Jack, you also have pointed this out numerous times over the past couple days. You also think about the postseason saves and what those have meant to the Yankees.
42 postseason saves for Rivera, a guy who in the postseason has almost been automatic. You go back to 2009 and what he did for the Yankees in that postseason when they won a World Series. Closers were falling by the wayside, blowing saves, and there was Mariano being perfect in 2009.
All right, a lot of people are going to weigh in, obviously, on Mariano setting the record. We start with the manager, Joe Girardi, now and get his post-game comments in the Manager's Report, brought to you by Geico.
Yeah. I didn't think I'd ever hear the day that people would cheer for us to make outs, as you heard in the ninth inning. It's hard to fathom, but obviously the people who came to the game today, it wasn't a scheduled day. They got a treat, and it's been a real honor to be around Mo.
Sweeney and then Joel.
Joe, about that, were your own players cheering for the outs there? What were they doing?
No, I didn't hear our own players, but I heard some fans. And it's just so unusual to hear that.
You've been asked 1,000 different questions about Mariano for a long time. Is there anything you can say that you haven't said already about him?
Probably not. You know, to have the privilege to catch him and to coach him and to manage him has really been a lot of fun for me and enjoyable. And it's also very peaceful. When Mo comes in the game, there's just such a great feeling about that. And just to be able to watch him achieve this and what we've been able to see so far this year with 3,000 hits and what Mo has done, it's pretty good.
Joel on the far right.
Joe, you used an interesting word when you said it's been an honor.
Yeah.
Why? Can you put into words what the honor is?
You don't see this every day. You're not around people like this every day that come to work every day. They give their heart and their soul. They're always prepared to pitch. He could throw 7 days in a row and he'd be prepared to pitch. To see the level that he's done it at, Whether it's been, in the American League East, or it's been in the playoffs or the World Series, and to see how humble a guy is and how easy he is to talk to and how easy it is for him to offer advice to other people, to talk about pitching and attitude and approach. It's an honor to be around a guy like that.
Stay on the right, Mark.
Joe, afterwards, I think Jorge and Alex pushed him out onto the mound and had him take that ovation like that.
Yeah.
Mo's not the type usually to sort of soak that in. What was that like to see him finally get that sort of due in that stage, especially after what he did today?
I think it was a great idea on their part to let Mo get his due, because Mo doesn't ever really want to talk about what he does, and to see our guys really understand what he's done and the fans to understand what he has done, it was a nice gesture.
Kim, right up front.
Joe, did you get the feeling, especially with it happening here at home and that last moment, that this was a celebration as much of the man as it was of a number?
I think so, because of what he's meant to the New York Yankees. Got to think that he really burst on the scene in 1996, and we're talking a lot of seasons later, and he's still doing it at a high level. I mean, you think about, he's got over 40 saves this year. He's had a tremendous year for us, and that doesn't really happen very often when you're 41 years old.
I was going to ask you, this stretch, he's at 43 saves, 10 ahead of last year, and he also has 10 saves in the past 22 days. For a guy at this point in his career, how does this compare to other stretches where you've seen him so dominant, but you could argue he's been every bit as dominant right now, couldn't you?
Yeah, I think you could, and it's, I hate to say it, but it's remarkable that at his age that he's still doing it at this level. And to be able to pitch so often for us. We've been in a lot of tight ball games lately. I mean, that's the bottom line. We've had to use him, and I can't remember one of those days where I didn't feel like I didn't have him.
Mark on the right.
Joe, did you know that they planned to do that with him, that Posada and Alex planned to do that with him, that there was going to be some kind of special, you stand out there alone type thing?
No, I heard some people talking about get off the field and let Mo have his time. I don't think it was planned. I just think it kind of came to the guys that it was a good idea, and I'd have to agree with them.
Joe, when we've seen so many closers, such a short shelf life for so many of these closers, is it more remarkable that he's just been able to still do, as you mentioned, do this for so long, and given what normally happens to so many other closers?
Yeah, to me, that's a gift, and that's a credit to the work that he puts in all the time, whether it's during the season, during the off season, and to think that we've seen two guys get 600 saves in the last couple of years is even harder to believe.
Staying on the far right, Joe.
As long as you mention the number, Joe, he always seemed to downplay it, saying that the number doesn't really matter much. Can you give a perspective on that, what you think the number means, at least in a Yankee context?
It's a lot of wins for the Yankees, I know that. It's a lot of World Series championships, a lot of playoff bids. It's a number that I really don't think that we'll see broken. We'll see someone surpass that in our lifetime. I really don't. Will it happen one day? I don't know. But I'll be shocked if it happens in our lifetime. And that's for the youngest people in this room, too.
Susan, right up front.
Joe, I don't know if you noticed, and your team was all out, but the Twins all stayed there and were applauding, and people watched the whole ceremony, watched all of it. And when you see young kids, that's a very young team over there, watching that and applauding, does that show you what Mariano means to everybody?
I think it shows what he means to baseball, what he's done. I also think it shows the class of the Minnesota Twins. And if I'm not mistaken, Gardy was the one who mentioned that Mo belonged in another league years ago. But Ron Gardenhire has always had his team first class, always. I've never seen them not exhibit first-class behavior, and it was just another time that it was expected.
Right in the middle, Joe.
The save as a statistic has taken a bit of a beating recently. A lot of people want to try to say that, it doesn't mean anything, 3-run lead, but Mo seems to be the exception where these guys, they attack the stat, but then say, except for Rivera. Why is that? What is it about him that makes him different?
I think for me, it's the success that he's had in playoffs, in the games that have been lost late by clubs that have kept them from winning world championships. Didn't really happen with Mo. I mean, Mo was awesome at that time of year as well. And for a lot of times, it wasn't just a one-inning save for Mo. Mo was the guy that would go 2 innings. And, I think about 2009 at 39 years old. 2 innings against the Phillies, if I remember. I mean, and I don't know if we would have had him the next day. He had a bad rib and still did it. And I think that's why Mo is probably put in a different class.
Sweeney?
Joe, I think you used the word peaceful for the feeling that comes in. There's a high wire act associated with many closers throughout the years. Can you describe, whether it was behind the plate during a game or on the bench as a manager, what that feeling is in contrast to any other feelings you have during the course of games?
You just feel that he's going to get it done. And you can go to a situation where he's had the bases loaded, nobody out, and you still feel that Mo's going to get it done. You can't say that about many people. You might be able to say it about a guy for a year or two or 3 or 4 years, but this is every year. And that's why I think you have somewhat of an inner peace when Mo comes in the game, because you're shocked when he doesn't close a game. I mean, that's the feeling, and that's not the feeling that you have about all closers.
A couple more. Mark on the right.
You've talked so much about Mo, but as far as that feeling of inner peace, is there any other part of the game where you feel that? I mean, especially when you're talking about.
Well, there are days you feel when you're up, you got a big lead.
But there's no other time I'd imagine that you ever see that in a game.
Well, I mean, in a lot of close ball games, I mean, there are a lot of close games that they can get somewhat tricky, and you're not sure if you're going to get out of it. But there's that feeling when Mo's in the game that he's always going to get out of it.
And then aside from that.
An historic day for Mariano Rivera as the Yankees get the win 6-4. Let's get some perspective now from Michael Kay and John Flaherty in the Booth Report. It's brought to you by Bigelow Tea. And guys, let's talk about Mariano today, because Michael, I go back to the adulation that the fans and his teammates showed him on the mound after the game, and it was interesting. He's out there by himself, and for once, it's about him. It's always been about the team. He'll spin it towards the team and getting wins, but this one was record-setting, and this was about Mariano.
And you know what? He could not have been more uncomfortable on the mound. You could see it. He just didn't seem like he wanted to be there. Now, he obviously enjoyed the cheers. Who wouldn't? But he's not a guy who wants to be singled out. It's only his extraordinary talent that has singled himself out. He's not the type of guy who talks a lot in the clubhouse. He's not the type of guy who talks about himself. He is all about the wins. And the thing is, John, he's in the perfect job, because if he does his job, the team wins.
The team wins. But you know what? When I think about Mariano Rivera, obviously 602 with the saves, now the all-time leader, but I'm going to think more about the person and the personality. He's a star that does not want to be a star, doesn't act like a star, doesn't treat people like a star, and it was nice to see him have a moment out there by himself. Clearly uncomfortable, but I think he enjoyed it.
I spoke to Paul O'Neill the other day, and he was there in '95 when Rivera came up, and he started against the Chicago White Sox. He said the thing that makes him happiest about Rivera, he's the exact same person that he was in '95, a skinny kid, didn't know what his future held. He said he hasn't changed at all. He said, so not only am I proud to call him a teammate, but I'm proud to call him a friend. He said, because he's the same human being that he was all those years ago. With all the success that's come after that '95 debut, the 5 World Championships, the obvious ticket to the Hall of Fame, he's still the same guy. Very, very humble guy.
Now, Michael, I know you've been behind the microphone for a large chunk of those saves. I don't have the exact number, but we do have the exact number with John. You caught 50 of Hoffman's saves and 32 of Mariano's. Do a little comparison for us right now between those two pitchers.
Well, Trevor Hoffman had a great changeup. That was his strikeout pitch, but he was more of a complete pitcher. Fastball, changeup, curveball, and a slider. And when you caught him, you had to think a little bit more. With Mariano, you really didn't have to think. It was cutter, but what side of the plate do you want to go to? And, I think obviously, guys, Trevor has had a great career, but you can't even compare the two when it comes down to postseason play, big games. Mariano always seemed to get the job done. Obviously, a few blips on the radar screen, but I think Trevor Hoffman, as great as he was, Mariano was always the best even before this record.
And, John, just a quick follow-up. I think I've heard you say this during games, but is it so simple with Mariano that you put down the sign and you put the glove in a particular spot, and he, more than any other pitcher, is going to put it exactly where you ask him to put it?
Yeah, that's kind of what jumped out at me with that last at-bat with the left-hander, with Russell Martin putting that glove up and in, and that's exactly where Mariano threw the cutter. It's not to say that he's easy to catch, but you put the glove there, he's going to pound it, and you don't really have to think a lot. You know, it's one pitch, what side of the plate, and Mariano, to his credit, usually doesn't shake a catcher off. I mean, it kind of goes with your lead. Just not easy guy to catch, but a pleasure to catch, and it's good to see him have a big day today.
All right, Michael, let me ask you this. It's very interesting with Mariano because the stories, we've written so many and heard so many about his successes, but it almost seems the bigger story is when he struggles or maybe blows that rare save. And it's almost unfair in a way, but he's a victim of his own greatness and success that becomes the story. It should be more about the successes, but sometimes it's not.
Well, he's got the sort of job. It's like the kicker in football. You really don't get canonized if you make it, but if you don't make it, then you're in trouble. And there are 3 big saves that jump out that Mariano Rivera wasn't able to make finish, and that was in 1997. Sandy Alomar Jr. hit the home run. Obviously, in 2001, a bunch of bloopers and things like that, and misfortune with a rare throwing mistake by Mariano to second base. That was that one in Game 7 of the World Series. And then, the Dave Roberts steal in the 2004 ALCS against the Red Sox. But he's been in more postseason games than any closer. He's converted the vast majority of them, 42 postseason saves. He's got the lowest postseason ERA in the history of Major League Baseball. He just comes up big in big moments, but he's not perfect, so he does have those blown saves on his resume. But I think that makes it even more remarkable, the ones that he's nailed down. Because I was talking with David Cohn the other day, guys, and Jack, you covered a lot of these games as well. David Cohn said, I would not have the 4 World Championship rings on my finger if not for Mariano Rivera. I talked to a couple of people in baseball over the last couple of days about it, and they said that the Atlanta Braves, if they had Mariano Rivera, probably would have 5 World Championships because they had a lot of trouble closing out games. We all know Mark Waller served up that big home run to Jim Leyritz in 1996. This guy is the difference maker, and he's made a difference in lives as well. Yeah. The one thing that stands out to me, and I talked to Buck Showalter the other day, if Buck Showalter knew what he had in 95, now he knew he had a pretty good player, but if he knew he had the greatest relief talent of all time, boy, the world changes in a big way. The Yankees might go to the World Series in 95. David Cohn doesn't have to throw that splitter in the dirt to Doug Strange. Buck Showalter doesn't leave as Yankee manager. Joe Torre's unbelievable reign as Yankee manager never even takes place because Buck doesn't leave for Arizona. Again, if they knew what they had in Mariano, things could have been so different.
Well, it could have been different, but I think about all those managers that you talk about and how easy Mariano has made their lives. I mean, you shorten the ball game, whereas even a catcher, when you're catching in the 6th or 7th inning, you might call a different game knowing that Mariano's available down there and you can shorten the game. Playoffs, he hasn't been going just, 3 outs? I mean, there's usually a couple inning saves that he is, the Aaron Boone home run, 3 innings that night. So, I mean, he's just made everybody's life a whole lot easier. And, you always talk about it. I would not want to be the guy to follow Mariano as a closer for the New York Yankees, and I think we're probably going to appreciate him more after the fact than we do right now, if that's possible.
I was asking him the other day, John, about how long he wants to go. Now, he has a year left on his contract. He said maybe at the end of that, and then he paused and said something which I found was remarkable. He said, I really like to pitch till I'm 50. So this isn't a knuckleballer out there, but you can never say never with him because he's still probably the top 2 or 3 athlete on the team. He's probably the best center fielder on the team. He keeps himself in remarkable shape. Usually pitchers get older, they can't field the position anymore. He can still field the position.
Well, he can do it all. And, you just think about his delivery, guys, which has been the same through his whole career. It's effortless. I mean, it's not a max effort delivery. The ball's still jumping out of his hand with plenty of velocity and good cut on it. When he says he'd pitch to 50, I wouldn't doubt it if he could do it. I mean, he's that talented. He's that athletic. You guys talked about shortening games and the consistency with which he pitches. And Flash, I wonder, when you were catching him there late in ball games or 9th inning, could you see that the opponent's demeanor had changed? I mean, I know teams are going to battle, but it's Mariano out there. Oh, yeah. You could see that in the 7th and 8th inning, they started pressing during at-bats, knowing that they would have no chance against Mariano or they didn't feel good about their chances. You would definitely sense it, Bob. And when you got to the 9th inning, you'd almost see them limping up to the plate, like, I got to be the one to take this at-bat, especially the left-handers when he was really in his prime. I mean, pretty much unhittable.
And, Jack, you were there in 96, and that was probably his most dominant year by far. And Joe Girardi got it slightly wrong in his press conference because I think it was in April of that year where he came in, he blew the Minnesota Twins away, just blew them away. And Tom Kelly, who was the manager at the time, said, this guy does not belong in this league. He belongs in a higher league. Nobody can touch him here. He finished third in the Cy Young Award voting that year. He probably should have won. He probably had a better year than Pat Henkin and Andy Pettitte, who finished ahead of him. He was unbelievable that year, Jack, and you remember that. He's the reason they went to the World Series and won.
Michael, you have a great memory because on the heels of today coming, I did some research, and you're right. He hadn't even had 170 days service time, and Tom Kelly said he belonged in another league. And Ozzie Guillen said he was the best pitcher in baseball. This was all the way back in '96. So when we look at what he's done since then, it just shows you how remarkable this guy is. And just wanted to ask you guys to pick up on a point, Michael, that you made about the postseason. We talked about it earlier. If you go back to 2009, there were 8 closers in the postseason. Mariano Rivera is the only one who didn't blow a save. 6 of those guys blew saves, and 1, Brad Lidge, had a loss. So I think it just exemplifies the point you were making about what this guy means when postseason rolls around.
I really believe that he's the most valuable Yankee since the time he put a uniform on. And that's no disrespect to Derek Jeter and Jorge Posada and Andy Pettitte and Paul O'Neill and Bernie Williams. If there's no Mariano, yeah, they might win a championship because it was a really great team. But the championships that they won, he made it easier for them. And there's nothing more debilitating than a blown save, and nothing more debilitating than a blown save in a postseason game.
Yeah, well, you know, I think as an opposing player with Mariano, when you feel like you have no chance, there aren't any closers that you feel that way, Jack. I mean, usually Joe Nathan comes to mind. He comes in there, you respect him. You know he's really good, but you feel like you can put some pretty good at-bats and some pretty good swings. With Mariano, I just think the opposing players has never felt that, especially in the big game. He just seemed to do better.
And let's get more perspective now from the man himself on his big day. Mariano Rivera about to address the media in the press conference room. Let's listen in.
3 sons are seated next to him. Sweeney, right here. Ray. Go ahead, Ray.
Congratulations, first and foremost, and how do you feel about having this record?
Well, thank you very much. It feels great. I mean, don't get me wrong, it feels good. I mean, I wasn't expecting this, but thank God it happened, you know, and thank God it's over too, because I was getting a little uncomfortable with all this. But at the same time, I thank God for all these opportunities and just move on.
How important was it for you to have your family with you, your sons here?
Well, it was important for me to have my family, yeah, my kids, you know, and thank God for that. You know, I mean, this is something that you don't do too often, and when you do that, well, you know, I mean, it's great when you have your support of your family.
How about the reception you got from the fans?
Oh, the reception was wonderful. I mean, it was outstanding. I mean, I can not ask for something better than that, you know. I even though the stadium wasn't full, you know, I mean, we have a lot of tremendous people here that have supported me for my whole career.
Anything else? Sweeney?
Mariano, congratulations, first of all. Can you describe what that moment is like on the mound? Because, I mean, it's kind of like a curtain call that your hitters take all the time, but you've never actually gotten a chance to do it. Can you describe what that feeling is like when you're thinking as they're pushing you back onto the mound?
Oh, my God. For the first time in my career, I'm in the mound alone. There's nobody behind me, nobody in front of me. So, I mean, and then surrounded with so many people. You know, I mean, I can't describe that feeling because, Sweeney, it was, I mean, priceless. You know, I mean, it was a moment that I didn't know it was going to be like that. You know, and all I have to say is I was thanking God in that moment. You know, and, you know, it was indescribable. I can't describe it. I mean, it was something that I never imagined. You know, I mean, feeling like that when we won the World Series. I'm gonna give you that much.
Mike?
Mo, can you put in your own words why you were getting more and more uncomfortable with the build-up to this?
Why I was getting more uncomfortable with the build-up? You know, I mean, I'm not like that. You know, I'm a team player. And when things come like that I was receiving calls from everywhere, interviews and all that stuff, I mean, that's not me. You know, I like to be under the radar and do my job. You know, so, I mean, I was getting uncomfortable. Jason was giving me all kind of things to do. So, I mean, I said, man, let it happen quick. So, I mean, we get this thing over and we move on. We have a place to go we had to grab that place in the playoff. So, I mean, we have a lot of job to do. And here I am, holding interviews and all these things. So, I mean, again, I mean, it's not about myself, Mike. I mean, it's like I said before, I'm a team player, and, I pull for my team. And when I have the opportunity, I try to do it well.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't like the interviews now or before. Tyler.
Mo, congratulations again. Everybody talks about the thing that's most amazing to them about you. I know you don't like to brag on yourself and everything, but what to you has been the most, whether you want to use the word amazing or thing you're most thankful for, but to get to 602, what amazes you most about what you've done?
Well, I mean, it's consistency. That definitely will be the word, consistency, because, I mean, you can have 2, 3, 4, 5 years, even 6, 7 years in doing the job, and that doesn't put you to where you want to go. You have to be able to do it for as long as 15 years that I have done it. And it's no, thank God, because it's not about me. I won't be able to do this. I mean, my abilities weren't enough to be able to accomplish this if it wasn't for the mercy of God. That's the only reason why we're here holding this interview.
Julio.
Julio from Latino Sports. Mariano, felicidades. Tremendous. Outside, there were 602 pieces of cake that are being distributed on 3 establishments right across the street. I just had a piece of it, so thank you for that.
It was good?
Very good.
Right.
Valencia cake.
All right.
What do you think is going on right now in Panama, in your hometown? Like it's going on right side in the streets right here in this Latino community across the street?
Well, definitely my hometown in Panama, it had to be a party. It definitely had to be a party. I might have some fellow Panamanians here of the media from Panama, but definitely back home. Definitely it's a big party. I think Panama was in a spectator with all this saved into today. So I mean, I thank God for my country, thank God for my people back home, and all I can say is that I love them, I love my people, I love Panama, and thank for the support.
Mariano, when you started out, and especially as you see so many closers that only last a couple of years, could you ever imagine 602? I mean, that number.
No, that means you're old. I mean, definitely that means that you have to pitch at least. I mean, I had done it for 15 years. So, I mean, again, it's a blessing. It's a blessing. I never thought that I'd be doing this for so many years and be able to accomplish the record. But again, I mean, I had to say this because it's the truth. It's only by the mercy of God that I had done it.
Joel. To your right.
This was a 5-0 game early. When did you start to think, you know what, this might happen today? Where were you, and what were some of your thoughts as you began to lock in that this could be the day?
Well, I mean, to tell you the truth, I was watching the game in the massage room. I saw that we scored 5 runs, and then they scored 1 run, and then they scored another 3. We got to 5-4, and I said, well, still the game is early. So we see what happens. All of a sudden, we didn't score run into the 7th, I believe. Alex had that RBI, and then in that moment, I thought, well, it had a good chance to happen today. So I mean, I was ready. I mean, I was ready for my game, regardless if you have to pitch with tie game or ahead, whatever. I was ready for the game.
Dan, to your right, Mo.
Mo, obviously more than anyone how hard it was to get this many saves. You have to do your job, and you also have to be on a very good team to have the opportunities. Joe earlier said he doesn't think he'll see anyone do this again in his lifetime, get as many saves as you've gotten. Do you think you'll ever see this record broken?
I don't know. I mean, records are meant to be broken. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, all I hope that whoever's going to be there or do that, just respect the game the way I have respect the game. That's all I wish.
Right next to him. Same spot, Mo.
Mariano, buenas tardes. Acá en español, por favor, para la prensa latinoamericana.
Okay.
Primero felicitarte y bueno, me imagino que contento. Mariano, ¿es más especial por el hecho de representar a Latinoamérica en un béisbol como las Grandes Ligas? Y bueno, y también, ¿dónde colocarías este nuevo logro? Has ganado 5 series mundiales y has ganado una gran cantidad de juegos. ¿Qué parte de todos estos logros colocarías este momento que estás viviendo?
Bueno, este momento que estoy viviendo es un logro especial y pues llevará un lugar especial en mi corazón, en mi hogar y pues definitivamente sí, para nosotros los latinoamericanos es un logro aún más especial todavía, porque desde que nosotros estamos aquí dando lo mejor de nosotros para que nosotros los latinoamericanos tengamos buena representación aquí en el béisbol, en el mejor béisbol del mundo. Así que yo le doy gracias a Dios por eso y pues con la representación que tenemos, yo creo que tenemos una buena representación y le doy gracias a Dios por lo que estamos haciendo. No solamente yo, sino todos los muchachos latinoamericanos que tenemos en Grandes Ligas.
We're going to take a couple more. All right, so there's Mariano talking about 602 saves. We shouldn't forget, Jack, that there are more to come. He's not done yet, but it's remarkable to me, 602 saves, a 15-year span, all for one team. And he answered questions about guys getting arm problems, flaming out after a couple of years. So one guy that hasn't, that's the most remarkable thing, is the consistency and the longevity with one team.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, Bob, because the thing that I wanted to mention is going back to the beginning, not even 96, but 97. When he takes over for Wetland, people don't remember this, but he actually blew 3 of his first 6 save opportunities. And it was a tough time for him. And he had a comment along the lines of, I'm going to figure this out and I'm going to be okay. And as I sat here and listened to him, however many saves later, talk about I'm going to be okay, he's been better than okay. And just 2 other points on what he said there. How about in the opening seconds, he just broke this record. And when he's asked how he feels about it, he said, time to just move on. He's already thinking about the next one. And about the possibility of someone breaking his record, the one prerequisite in Mariano's world, just treat the game with respect the way that I do.
He absolutely did, and he was treated with respect by the fans and his teammates afterward. Well-deserved. We're going to take a break, and as we do, we go back to the championship beginning for Mariano Rivera. 1998, Game 4 of the World Series, as he locked up his first and the Yankees title ring at the start of that dynasty.
Victory by the Yankees tonight would give New York their 24th World Championship, which would be the most ever by any professional sports franchise. They're 1 strike away from their 125th win of the year, including postseason, against only 50 losses. Fighting back a smile, Andy Pettit, the starter of tonight's game, as Sweeney grounds to third. Brocious, fittingly with a throw, and the Yankees have done it again. Number 24. They are the world champions of baseball in 1998. Andy Pettit was the starter and winner here in game number 4. Mariano Rivera gets his 6th save of the postseason to wrap up the 1998 World Series.
The Yankees postgame show on Yes is presented by W.B. Mason. For office furniture and supplies at amazingly low prices, who but W.B. Mason?
I'm here talking big plays with W.B. Mason.
Yes. Watch this lady. First, she makes a great pitch.
Looked like a slider.
Then, she calls W.B. Mason to order more Hewlett-Packard toner.
I'm calling about toner.
That is a great play.
Right. Nobody beats WB on HP.
In fact, we have such a great selection, we had to find some extra space to store it.
Hey, who did this?
I have no idea.
Who but W.B. Mason? Mariano Rivera has done it. He's now the all-time saves leader in the history of baseball. Celebrate Mariano's achievement with a special signed logo baseball from Steiner Sports. Each Mariano signed ball is individually numbered and features the official 602 Rivera logo. Reserve yours for just $199.99 by calling 800-759-SCORE or visiting SteinerSports.com today. Congratulations, Mariano.
Welcome to Nissan.
Altimas, please.
Nissan has a better availability of vehicles than Toyota or Honda, so you can save now. More cars, great offers, equals more savings.
Now lease Altima, only $179, or Maxima, just $279. Visit ChooseNissan.com. Test drive at your tri-state Nissan dealer.
Next stop, savings.
Well, if you've been a catcher for Mariano Rivera, you have had the best seat in the house. We're taking a look at the many catchers who've caught him, so many, helping him notch 602 career saves now. In the regular season, he stands alone as the all-time saves leader after his 43rd save this afternoon in a 6-4 Yankees win. Amongst our colleagues, John Flaherty has caught him. And you see the guy in the lower left corner, Russell Martin, was there framing that strike three call today against Chris Parmelee to lock this things up. Most saves caught, Jorge Posada, Girardi, Martin, and Flaherty. Let's hear from Russell Martin.
Jorge just said that he asked Mariano, where were those first two pitches? And he said, I have no idea. What was that beginning of the inning and really the whole inning like for you behind the plate?
Really just wanted to get it done for him, really. But made a couple first pitch balls, missed, uncharacteristic of Mo, really. But then he settled back down and just kept making pitches for the rest of the inning and finished with a punch out. Just a perfect way to end that.
Did you have a message for him when 602 was all wrapped up?
I just gave him a big hug, and then everybody else gave him a big hug too. It was just nice to see him, salute the fans and then have that big smile on his face. It just, it meant the world to me, and I'm sure it meant, the world for him too.
You've caught him a lot this season, including a couple of other milestone games, but to catch 602, is that something you'll always remember?
Yeah, I'm probably going to remember this year. This whole year has been awesome. But definitely a special moment, 602, all-time leader in saves. It's pretty incredible. Couldn't happen to a better guy. His work ethic, how he prepares himself every day. He's really, he's one of the greatest. I mean, he is the greatest closer now, but, as a person off the field, he's awesome too.
Now there's Russell Martin, one of Mariano Rivera's current teammates, enjoying the moment. And now we talk to one of his former teammates, Paul O'Neill, our colleague who joins us now by phone. And Paul, what does this mean to you, the fact that Mariano now stands alone? We knew he'd get there someday, but the fact that he stands alone as the all-time saves leader.
Yeah, I mean, when you do telecast, you just take it for granted. You go over and over about, how good he is, how good he's been. And, all of a sudden when you put somebody in the category of, he's the greatest ever at what he did in this game, it shows you the longevity and how long it's been. And it kind of, if you played with him early in his career like I did, then you take yourself back then and you look at his progression all the way through his career and how he has just stayed as good as he has for as long as he has.
Paul, when you look back at what Mariano meant to the team, even on the days where he blew a save, it seemed like a day later there was no carryover. Does he have something that other closers simply didn't have when it came to that and just helping a team bounce back one day later?
Yeah, it was. I mean, he was humble when he saves games, and he was almost embarrassed to the point where he let teammates down when he didn't get a save, and then it happened so infrequently that you were shocked. But it just. There's guys out there that are great players that just don't have great attitudes or aren't great teammates, and you don't root for them like you root for Mariano because he was, when you're a closer, you're such a small part of the game, but the most important part of the game, and you become such a big part of the team, and it just, I look back at him being just a leader by just, throwing an inning or two.
Well, Paul, Joe Girardi talked about the fact that he was quoted as saying it's so peaceful when Mariano comes in. That was the key word that he used, and how much comfort he brings, knowing that even in a tough situation, bottom of the ninth, let's say, or the top of the ninth, Mariano will take care of it. What was it like playing behind him, even in those pressure-filled moments?
Well, it's funny because, and I don't mean, even in, we were talking about way back in 1996 when he got his first save, and even that whole year, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but, Mariano was setting up for John Wetland, who was a great closer. He was the MVP closer of the World Series in 96. But you were more at peace when Mariano in the 7th and 8th than you were with Wetland in the 9th because John always seemed to get in trouble but find a way out of it, where Mariano just, and he's done what he's done since the start, and that's the amazing thing is how many years he's put together with the kind of stuff that he has.
Right, Mariano seemed to like that 1-2-3 save more than a guy like Wetland did. But I wanted to ask you, as a former batting champion, you got to watch the cutter a lot and got to see Mariano throw it. What would your approach have been as a hitter trying to do something against Mariano's cutter?
Well, as a left-hander, you're almost at a bigger disadvantage, and that's so backwards at the way the game has changed. There were times where managers got smart, in my mind, and actually sent up right-handed hitters to pinch hit off of him. So as a left-handed hitter, you have to realize there's no reason to go up there and take pitches and try to set him up because he's going to get ahead. He throws nothing but strikes. And you have to realize that you're probably not going to hit the ball hard, that you're going to get jammed, and you're going to have to try to fight a ball up the middle somehow. And it's very hard to explain, and it's very hard to go to the plate as a hitter and know that your only chance of getting a hit is probably jamming a ball up the middle or the other way.
Well, so many opponents have certainly had that feeling, Paul, no doubt about it. Hey, thanks for your unique perspective, and we'll see you again soon.
All right. We're about out of records around here, aren't we? We've got all sorts of things happening.
There's still more to come. Just hang on. You never know. But thanks, Paul.
Take care.
All right. We'll see you soon. You know, Jack, it is amazing. We talk about the consistency with Mariano Rivera, but I go back to what Girardi said, the peacefulness with which, even in the midst of a storm, bases loaded, nobody out, you got Mo coming into the game, you're like, okay, we got a shot at this.
Right, and that's the part of Mariano that I'm not even sure that you can measure how important that is. Because, Bob, I think the peacefulness starts before he even gets to the mound. I think when he starts to warm up in the 8th inning of a game, I think it makes the fans feel peaceful. I think the guys on the field feel peaceful. And I think that Girardi used the perfect word to describe what Mariano Rivera means to a team. I really believe that before he ever throws a pitch, there's a tranquility that envelops the team because they expect him to get the job done. I remember Derek Jeter saying that over and over again, that this guy is a once-in-a-lifetime pitcher. He comes in, we believe the game is over.
And I like what he said in his post-game comments. I like to just be under the radar and do my job. That is classic Mariano. But unfortunately, in the wake of today's game, he wasn't able to enjoy, just flying under the radar because he was pushed out by Posada, out to the mound to enjoy the adulation that the fans showered upon him. Well-deserved for Mariano. And, of course, we mentioned Jorge Posada is the catcher with the most save combinations with Mariano, and Jorge was talked about the moment just a short time ago.
It just came up, in my head, and I said, stay on the mound for a little bit longer, but, nothing was, we didn't think about it, really, to tell the truth.
Did you have goosebumps? What was the moment like for you to watch?
I was super excited. He was too. First 2 pitches, like I just asked him, I said, where were those 2 pitches going? He said, I had no idea where the pitches were going. But he came down and, and then it was all about business and winning the game. So I'm super excited.
How do you reflect now on a teammate who you know so well and have caught 368 times, and as he achieves this mark today?
Most special, man. It's just not about, what he brings to this field. I mean, overall, he is a special man. His heart is humongous. Nothing surprises me. I really was very surprised that he was able to do it this year. That tells you how good he is, and how special and how important he is to this team. We don't get to the playoff. We don't win championships. We don't do a lot of things that we were able to do without this guy. I mean, this is how important, how well, and how good he is.
You'd know as well as anyone, Jorge, his pace this year compares pretty favorably to anything in his career. At what level do you think he is still doing his job and pitching and getting saves?
Yeah, I mean, when I said it last year, I think he can pitch 3-4 more years. It's all up to him, to tell you the truth. I'm pretty sure that he can still do it, and his family wants him home, and that's the toughest thing. And but us as Yankee fans, we want him here because we need him here.
And as for Mariano, he just wants to keep rolling along, at least certainly through this season. 602 saves now and counting. And as we went to our first break on this program, we showed you the first save that he got in locking up the World Series in '98. And right now, as we go to break, we take you back to '99. Another postseason save opportunity for Mariano and another championship.
A pop in the shallow left. The New York Yankees, world champions, team of the decade, most successful franchise of the century.
I'm happy to announce that Mariano Rivera is the MVP of the 1999 World Series, and with 2 wins and a save, your performance, not only in the series and the postseason, but all year, has been magnificent. Congratulations on a great honor, well deserved.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This means a lot for me and for my family. I couldn't do it without my teammates. I mean, it's impossible to do it without them. And I love this team as a friend, as a family, as a teammates. I mean, they're the best. That's why we're the champions.
Every luxury car claims to be somehow greater than the sum of its parts. But how about one that's smarter?
The Lincoln MKZ, named most dependable car in its class 2 years running by J.D. Power & Associates. Now, take advantage of exceptional offers on the MKZ.
It's not just luxury, it's smarter than that.
New York's got a lot of everything. Here you go, Buttercup, including Capital One banks. They have hundreds of branches and ATMs all over New York. They're everywhere. Hey, Alec. Thanks, Frank. New York is also home to my favorite place, Lincoln Center. You ready, boys? Yeah. And now Capital One Bank is supporting my passion for all the arts that call Lincoln Center home. Who's got the tickets? What's in your wallet?
Trust me.
I put a spell on you.
Buick Enclave. One look will change your view of luxury. See for yourself why thousands are changing to Buick every month. Now get 0% financing for 60 months, plus get $1,000 cash allowance when you purchase a 2011 Buick Enclave. See your Tri-State Buick GMC dealer.
Guys, the meeting started.
Ready to win? Then play scratch-off games from the New York Lottery.
Trucks like these, they'll scratch those jobs right off your list. Big jobs. Tough jobs. Even those jobs you can't wait to start. It's the Chevy season of doing. Now get 0% for 60 months plus $1,000 on Tahoe, Suburban, and Silverado. Find your nearest dealer at ChevyOffers.com.
Hey, I'm Curtis Granderson. Check out what's happening on YesNetwork.com.
Don't miss Chris Sheeran's weekly Off the Wall podcast for an in-depth discussion of the Yankees playoff chase. Stream it now at YesNetwork.com or subscribe on iTunes. It's the Off the Wall podcast at YesNetwork.com.
Gosh, what an arm. You knew he was going to be something obviously special at the back end of ball games.
You know, as a teammate, you knew when Mo came in the game was over. And as a manager, you know, when Mo comes in the game is usually over.
He's a genuine guy who understands teamwork and what it is to be a teammate and being accountable. All the things that winners do. And that's why he's got all the rings, and he's going to go down probably history as probably the best closer of all time.
One-run lead, and you got bases loaded. You don't see his demeanor change, and that's what makes him good.
Mariano, if we went back to the days when you were a little boy in Panama, running around playing soccer, playing baseball with milk cartons and twigs, what would we see?
You would see a young boy happy to be playing baseball. Didn't have much, basically didn't have anything, but have everything at the same time.
What do you remember about when your dad bought you your first leather glove? I think you were 12.
That was my first glove, so I wanted to take care of it. You know, I don't want nothing to happen with that glove or something to ruin the glove. So I always made sure that I did take care of it. Plus, you know, I knew that I was the only one that I'm going to have. So I definitely had to take care of it.
What do you remember about February 17th, 1990? You signed with the Yankees for $3,000.
Well, actually, that's false.
Tell us then what happened.
I signed for $2,000. But I didn't know what I was doing. You know, I mean, yes, I went to the tryout. The scout liked it. And in a week, I was signed.
Way back in 1991, Buck Showalter looked at you, saw your strikeout-to-walk ratio, and said, this guy is going to make it. What do you think Showalter saw?
I believe that he saw a kid that wanted to give everything within his power, you know, to make it. I did whatever they asked me to do. A lot of strikes, not too many walks. And I think that's what caught his attention.
Do you look back now at 1996, you're that bridge to John Wetland, you win your first title. Do you look back at 1996 as magical in your life?
Well, I mean, I won't call it magical, I would call it purpose. For some reason, God worked it out for me to be this settlement. You know, and I wasn't looking for that again. I was just trying to succeed in the big leagues. But I was just happy. I just didn't wanna quit. I just want to do the job regardless what I have to do. And that year definitely was a purpose year for my life, I think.
Is it true in 1997, your first full year as the closer, that you found the cutter by accident?
Again, it's not accident. Purpose. I remember working with Mel and Mike Borsello. He was the bullpen catcher at the time in old Detroit Tiger Stadium. To make sure the ball didn't move, we wanted to stay straight, like it was in '96. Well, it didn't want to be like that. And we worked for 20, 30 minutes, and all of a sudden, the ball kept moving, so we stopped.
Well, you learned perfect, because 98, 99, 2000, 34 and a third scoreless innings in the postseason, recording the final out. What do you remember about those moments?
Wow, it was amazing. Amazing. It's indescribable. You can't describe that. It's so much adrenaline and rush that going through your body that when you see that last out, it's like, you know, it's like, okay, finally, we got it done. You know, and being able to do that for a few years, it was wonderful.
It obviously isn't as special to most people as the first one, but 2009, the core four still together, to do it that many years later. Was that World Championship, was that World Series particularly sweet for you?
Oh, it was. It was. To me, it took #1 place. To me, that was something that I was chasing. I was looking for that one, you know, and I would say the same thing with Derek, Andy, and Posada. Winning it here, it was more than what we were expecting.
What does save number 600 in a great 17-year career signify to you, reaching that big round number of 600?
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong, though. It's great. You know, I mean, it's something that every closer, I would say, would love to have. But at the same time, I'm not that kind of player that is looking or searching for a record or things like that.
How about number 602? To surpass Trevor Hoffman, be #1 all-time in saves, would mean what to you?
Trevor, to me, I had a lot of respect on him. He has been a man, a player that respect the game in all the aspects. You know, it's only a number. You know, it won't change me.
What do you want your legacy to be?
I want my legacy to be as a players remember me as a guy that always was there for somebody else. Always trying to give the best for others. That's what I wanted to be remembered of. Not the player that wants to do something for himself. I don't work like that. I don't want to be remembered like that.
Is there anything left for you to do in this game that you really would love to do before you walk away?
You really want me to say that? I think I got to talk to Joe about playing center field. If I play center field for 1 out I think that would be it. I mean, and then come and close the game. that will be the icing on the cake.
I think the thing I'm most proud of Mariano is the way he's conducting himself as a human being and as a professional.
One of the most remarkable careers that I could ever think of, as far as, a pitcher is concerned. Probably by the time he's done, he's going to have probably a lot more saves than 600.
It's a special breed to be a closer, and he just took to it like anything. There he is, ready to go into the Hall of Fame.
He's been the best. There isn't a pitcher in baseball, past, present, or future, that I'd rather have in those situations than Mo.
Mariano Rivera has done it. The all-time saves leader in baseball history. A 12-time All-Star, a 5-time World Champion, a World Series MVP, and now the greatest closer of all time. Congratulations to Mariano Rivera, a Yankees icon and baseball legend. From your friends at the Yes Network.
Mariano Rivera has done it. He's now the all-time saves leader in the history of baseball. Celebrate Mariano's achievement with a special signed logo baseball from Steiner Sports. Each Mariano signed ball is individually numbered and features the official 602 Rivera logo. Reserve yours for just $199.99 by calling 800-759-SCORE or visiting SteinerSports.com today. Congratulations, Mariano.
Jeep Grand Cherokee is the most awarded SUV ever. And Jeep Wrangler has an all-new powertrain with improved fuel economy, a refined, quiet interior, best-in-class maneuverability and ground clearance. And with some of the year's best deals, there's a lot to celebrate. The Jeep Celebration event, featuring the newest lineup of trail-rated SUVs.
During the Jeep Celebration event, lease the 2011 Grand Cherokee Laredo 4x4 for $339 a month for well-qualified lessees.
Construction work is dangerous. Every day, workers are injured in accidents due to unsafe conditions.
Francisco supported his family by working in construction until one day he was injured in a construction accident. He needed a lawyer that could take care of his problems.
He called Jacob Oreski and Associates, the lawyers who fight for the rights of injured workers with proven results.
And they won my case. If you've been injured in a construction accident, call me.
Jacob Oreski and Associates, 718-993-9999. We'll even come to you.
Dish Network claims they have more HD channels than DirecTV. But what Dish doesn't tell you is that 24 of their HD channels are only in high def, part of the time. So with Dish, when you turn on your flat screen, you might get HD, or you might not. DirecTV now has over 170 HD channels, all in high def, all the time. The most full-time HD channels. Another reason why 50 million people agree. Don't just watch TV, DirecTV.
Now Rivera is set. And the 0-1 swung on, hit in the air to deep center. Bernie back, away back. He's there. He makes the catch. Ball game over. World Series over. Yankees win. The Yankees win. The New York Yankees have once again reached the summit of the sports world. They've won their third straight championship, fourth in the last 5 years, and 26th all-time. The most successful team in the history of professional sports.
And Mariano with yet another of his so important postseason saves there and wrapping up that 2001 World Series in which Derek Jeter was the MVP. And Derek Jeter, of course, Mariano joins him as a milestone man now. 3,000 hits for Derek. We know he surpassed that milestone on July 9th, and now Mo, 602nd save on September 19th. Let's hear what Jeter had to say about his teammate.
It's unbelievable. He's deserves to get the opportunity to do it here. Fans appreciated it. That's pretty impressive what he's been able to do.
He doesn't like the attention to be on himself, and when Jorge kind of pushes him onto the mound, what's going through your mind as he smiles and almost says, I don't really know what to do here, but he smiles and waves?
I'm sure he enjoyed it. He's, he deserves it. He deserves all the accolades he gets. He did something that no one's ever been able to do, and the impressive thing is he's done more in the postseason. You know what I mean? So that's what separates him from everyone else. But I'm really happy he had a chance to do it here.
You've seen him as long as anybody. In your mind, what has enabled him to be so successful, so dominant for so many years?
He has a lot of confidence. I mean, he's been fortunate in terms of his health. You got to be healthy for a long time. But he has more confidence than anyone else. And regardless of whether he's successful or not, he wants the ball in big situations. He's not afraid of anyone. And he has a lot of confidence in his ability, and it shows.
If there were any doubters left, does his reaching 602 make him the greatest closer of all time, Jeter?
Jones, Kim, I don't know who would doubt it. You know what I mean? I mean, like I said, it's a situation where he's done this in arguably the toughest division in baseball for a long time. And what separates him is what he's done in the playoffs. So there's never been anyone like it. That's no disrespect to anyone else, but you won't see it again.
You don't think anyone will ever be able to craft the career, the longevity, the winning that he has?
No. You add the playoffs into it, postseason into it, no.
I think a lot of people agree with that, and we go back to what we started the segment with, that 2000 World Series. It was the fourth of that dynastic era, and Mariano, just another save, but what a feeling it must have been for him.
And I tried to get into Mariano's brain once and just say to him, what is it like to be out there on the mound and to know that you're the guy who is going to bring your team home? And he said, I can't tell you exactly what it feels like. He said, but the one thing it is, it's a blessing. It's a blessing to get the opportunity. And then he said it's an even bigger blessing when you come through and you're able to close that. And we know there was one time that he didn't do it. In 2001, he didn't come through and get that job done. But he's had such a monumental career that when we talk about him, 97 and 2001 barely get mentioned because the guy has done so many other things.
Well, you mentioned not getting it done, too, and what amazes me is the demeanor never changes. And I've always called him, in a way, the silent assassin, because he comes in, quietly gets it done. There's no anger, there's no fire, there's no stomping around. And when that third out is made, he becomes the other Mariano again.
I like silent assassin. I've used stoic assassin in print, but you're absolutely right. This is a guy, and Paul O'Neill referenced it, who he goes out there, he just expects to get the job done. If he doesn't, he walks off the mound. Even if it ends a season, he walks off the mound and thinks what is the task that is ahead of him. And as Jeter said, an unbelievable amount of confidence. And coming from Jeter, that means a lot, because of all the players I've ever covered, I think Jeter and Rivera are right there as the guys who are the most confident in their ability.
And these guys always talk about the fact that they're old, being around this long. They've also obviously racked up a lot of milestones. For Jeter on July 9th, hit number 3,000. And for Mariano, of course, save number 602 today. So their Yankees teammates have seen a lot of historic moments. Let's get the feeling from CC Sabathia as he weighs in now on seeing Mo pick up number 602.
That was pretty special. It's something we probably will never see again. 602 saves now. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Is there any doubt in your mind that he's the greatest closer ever?
No, not at all. I mean, just the stage he's done it on and dominating for so long, he's the best ever.
Can you help us understand, as a fellow pitcher, on those days when you do deliver the ball to Mariano Rivera, how sure are you that that game and that win is in the books?
Well, since I got here in 2009, I mean, he's been lights out really his whole career. But to have that behind you and just try to get the ball to Mo, you got a good chance of winning.
It seems like this celebration was almost as much about the man as it was about a number. And I'm just wondering, as a teammate now for a few years, have you learned anything inside this clubhouse about him that maybe when you were just, another guy in the league but not a teammate, you didn't know? Just how hard he works, and he never seems to be rattled at any point in any situation. Since I've been here, I haven't seen it yet. So it's just pretty cool to be around.
Well, 602, and that's what all these numbers add up to. Topping out at 53 in 2004. He's at 43 this season, Jack. And it's hard to answer the question, what year was the best? Even Mo has not been able to kind of wrap his head around that and answer it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can answer that question, Bob. And when I look at those numbers and I look at his career, the thing that impresses me the most is that this guy is now the all-time saves leader but he hasn't wheezed his way to the end. It's not like he's gagging and trying to get to the finish line. This is a guy who is still at the top of his game, still one of the elite closers in baseball, and he's setting a record, and there's more to come. He's just going to keep on going.
All right, needless to say, in this game in which the Yankees won it 6-4, and Mo got the save, his 43rd of the season, he is the Chevy player of the game. 1-2-3 ninth, a broken bat, a strikeout to wrap it all up. Mariano getting the job done. And when you think back to 2009 and that fifth ring, Jack, I want to go back to what you said. There was a failure rate for closers in that postseason, but not for Mariano.
And we keep talking about the closers. Why don't we mention them? Papelbon, Nathan, Fuentes, Broxton, Street, and Franklin, all blue saves. Lidge had a loss in that same postseason, and yet Mariano was seamless, 5 out of 5. And it's no surprise that the Yankees end up winning the World Series in that year because they had the guy at the end of the game who was the peaceful guy, as Joe Girardi said, able to lock it down.
All right, as we go to break, we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, more on Mariano's accomplishments. But as we go to break, let's take a look back at 2009.
Now the crowd settles back for a minute and takes a deep breath. Mariano throwing hard cutters down and in. So the Yankees are now one strike away from the World's Championship. One strike away. And here's the payoff. Swung on and grounded to second. Cano fields, throws to first, in time. Ball game over. World Series over. Yankees win. The Yankees win. It's their 27th World Championship, the most of any team in any sport in the history of professional sports.
This time of year is about heart and determination. Who has the will? Who wants it more? Wednesday, Jeter and the Bombers look to stall the Rays' late-season surge as these AL East rivals take the field for a day-night doubleheader. Rays, Yankees. Game 1 coverage starts Wednesday at 12:30, only on Yes.
Think about it. With everything you do, it's nice to have a vehicle that can keep up with you. It's the Chevy season of doing. Now, qualified buyers can get 0% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 cash allowance on the 2011 Traverse, which offers 8-passenger seating and received a 5-star overall vehicle score for safety. Get to your Chevy dealer today and get that list done.
This is your captain speaking. We are 14th in line for takeoff.
Looks like it's bumper to bumper on the interstate.
I gotta get to Cleveland. Remove your belt, your watch, your shoes.
I wonder what gas costs today.
$7 for a pillow. An extra bag costs what?
I hate traffic.
The train is now arriving.
The train has arrived indeed.
Amtrak Guest Rewards members earn double points this fall for any trip on Amtrak. Details at Amtrak.com.
Another good thing about Geico is they've got, like, real live people working there 24/7. So, like, say you need to report a claim, right? A real person will be there to help you. Then you can use Geico.com to view photos of the damage, track your claim, print an estimate. You want an English muffin? They literally hand you a toasted muffin with butter and jam. Oh, it's tasty. That's a complete dramatisation, of course, but you get my point.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
We don't just make a sunroof. We make the heavens wide. We don't just make a crossover. We make a statement. The Cadillac SRX. We don't just make luxury cars. We make Cadillacs.
Now lease a 2011 SRX for $399 a month. Visit CadillacTristate.com for this attractive offer.
I remember the first day come in. I think pitching against the White Sox one day was a starter. Then Son Jr. put him as a reliever, working pretty well. Working very good. And I think it's not doubt he's going to be a Hall of Fame first ballot.
be hard to imagine that he wouldn't be. Mo, the 5-time world champion, now 602 saves, and those 42 postseason saves, so key for the Yankees. But let's talk about save number 43 for this season as we take a look at our Land Rover pitching performance. All about Mo going 1-2-3 in the ninth.
Right, he comes in, and of course he comes in to Enter Sandman. That's the song he's been jogging into since 1999. Trevor Plouffe is the first victim in the inning. He gets him to hit that cutter to the right side, and Robinson Cano is there. So now everyone is starting to stand because Mariano is 2 outs away from history. Kadire, the most veteran guy in the lineup today, he tries to go the other way with the cutter, right into the glove of Nick Swisher. And how would you like to be Parmalee? Here's a kid who was just called up to the big leagues. He's going to have his name in the record book, not for a good reason, though. He is the strikeout victim on that cutter for Mariano's 602nd save.
All right, and that is your Land Rover pitching performance. And, Jack, the thing that stands out is what Paul O'Neill said to us earlier when we talked to him. Hitters rarely get the meat of the bat on the ball. It's always somewhere up the handle at the end of the bat. On a bad day for Mo, they might get a piece of the ball, hit it somewhere. But like today we saw, that just doesn't happen.
Right, there was one year, Bob, I was covering him, and I forget the exact year, but with Mariano, they all blend together. A couple of people in the press box were kind of trying to keep track of how many broken bats he had on any given season. And it almost felt that year as if he was getting 1 per outing. And if he got more than 1, you weren't surprised. And you're right, it's just that guys never feel comfortable up there. I remember Jim Thome telling me once that his pitch was the best pitch he had ever seen in baseball. Trying to hit that cutter, he said, it's just the best pitch I've ever seen.
All right, well, obviously it's a 6-4 Yankees win. Mo getting his 602nd save. We now have the full game highlights for you. They are presented, as always, by Lincoln. And we'll start bottom of the first. After a leadoff single to Derek Jeter, Curtis Granderson follows up. 2-run shot. He jumps Scott Diamond right there. 41st of the season and 16th off a lefty. 2-0 Yankees just like that. And early on, that was good for A.J.
Right in the top of the third, A.J. Burnett was still looking good. He gets Rivera there staring at a fastball. 2 batters later, Plouffe goes down swinging on the curveball. Kadire is the next guy. He swings and misses on a curveball. It was the second straight inning that A.J. whiffed the side, but things are going to change after that.
Yep, up 3-0 bottom of the fourth. Robbie Cano drives one deep to center and over the head of Ben Revere. And that'll get to the wall as A-Rod comes all the way in from first. Cano goes into third with an RBI triple. Yankees cruising right now. They're up 4-0. And then Nick Swisher makes it 5-zip. Shot back up the middle off Diamond. Past the drawn in infield brings home Cano. 5-0 Yankees. But then A.J. let it fritter away. 3-2 pitch. In the fourth, it's 5-1. Fifth inning became a different story.
Yeah, Michael Kadire is up. He swings at this first pitch fastball, takes it over the wall in center. A 2-run shot, his 19th. Twins are only down 5-3. A.J. ends up exiting after the next batter. Disappointing performance by him against a lineup, a depleted Twins lineup.
And then Corey Wade came on in relief, clinging to a 5-4 lead. He strikes out Rene Rivera to strand runners at second and third. Let's go bottom six. A-Rod giving him some breathing room.
Absolutely. He comes through right here with a 2-out single through the left side. Granderson is racing home. The throw to the plate is offline. Granderson scores on the error by Rivera. A-Rod goes to second. The Yankees are up 6-4.
All right, so a 2-run lead. Let's dial it back to May 17th of 1996. Mo getting his first career save against the Angels. Gets Garrett Anderson to ground into a game-ending double play. 1996. And that skinny young kid named Mo. And then we fast forward back to today. Coming out of the bullpen to try and become the all-time saves leader. And he did it in typical Mo style. Got the first 2 outs. And then facing Chris Parmalee to wrap this thing up with his teammates watching, the crowd on its feet. Strike 3 looking, save number 602 as he saves it for the Yanks. And although it was about Mo today, he'd like to spin it back to the team. And one more look, the ovation from the crowd as Jorge Posada pushed him back out there to just soak it in one time. Maybe the only curtain call, Jack, that he said he's ever gotten, but he really seemed to enjoy it, although a bit uncomfortable.
Right, and you know, you give Posada and A-Rod a lot of credit as we see the scoreboard, 6-4 Yankees winning it today. Rivera with the 43rd save. Wade gets the win. But you give those teammates a lot of credit for being smart enough to push him out there. And as you said, closers don't get curtain calls because when they get the final out, their curtain call happens as they walk off the field. So Mariano, I'm sure he'll be happy when his career is over someday and he's able to watch video of that moment. That's a pretty sweet moment right there.
The pitching at the end becomes a great story. The pitching at the start for the Yankees, unfortunately, not as great as A.J. Burnett let that lead get away. Let's hear from A.J. not only on his outing right now, but, of course, the history made by Mo.
Honestly, I'm not going to lie. Most of the time, we think is all over. You know, Mo's coming in. You know, there's been days where, you know, he's not perfect, but there's a pretty good chance you got locked down in the 9th inning with Mo.
AJ, when you look back on your first 3 innings today, let's start with that part of your start. Everything seemed to be going so well. What was working as well as it was for you?
Well, I think I was throwing my hook for strikes more aggressively. I think in the 4th and the 5th, those were 0-2 hooks, you know, from the beginning. You know, I didn't really establish the hook in the strike zone like I did the first 3, and you fall behind, it allows them to sit on the fastball, you know, and pitch to Kadire. You know, I was down 2-0 to him and laid one in there. So I think me throwing a hook early for strikes and aggressively early in the game was a big difference.
Do you look at this, can you take part of the good out of this? Do you look at it as a disappointing outing because of the length of it and how it ended? How do you look back on it?
I thought I was nasty, to be honest with you. I left a hook that rolled over to the lefty and then the pitch to Kadire, but I mean, 8 punch outs and 3 runs or whatever, you know, I could have done more. I felt like I could have done more. You know, he left me in there in the 4th and I got out of it, but, you know, Joe does what he can to get this team a win, and we won.
Well, that's absolutely the case. AJ's in a very positive frame of mind this year, as we know, Jack. And he's also coming off an outing in which there was some good stuff against Seattle, some good stuff today that he's trying to latch onto, but the clock's ticking on him, too.
Yeah, right. We're in September now, and he's a veteran pitcher, Bob, and this was just an enigmatic performance by Burnett. He's right. His curveball at the beginning was tremendous. I mean, he strikes out 7 of the first 12 batters he faces, but I think A.J. would admit that you've got to get beyond the 5th inning. The next 10 batters he faced, 7 of them got on base, and the reason that Joe Girardi didn't leave him in at that point is he simply didn't like what he was seeing, and we can't emphasize enough that this Twins lineup was depleted. 7 of the 9 guys in the lineup spent time in the minor leagues this year.
All right, well, there's other good news. The Yankees certainly held on to get the win, but the Red Sox playing a doubleheader against the Orioles, one of them a makeup game. So by day, we take you to Fenway and Game 1 highlights. Top of the 4th, 2-1 Baltimore. Robert Andino gets a hold of one off Kyle Weiland, 2-run homer. It's 4-1 O's. And then they tack on more in the 5th.
Right, top of the 5th, it's J.J. Hardy. He's leading off against Weiland, and he sends one to left center. That one's gone, too. His 28th. 3rd homer allowed by Weiland. It's 6-2 Orioles.
Things get a little dicey, though. Bottom of the 6th, now 6-4. Adrian Gonzalez through the right side. That'll score Marco Scutaro and cut the lead to 1, 6-5. So they got to hang on, and Jim Johnson made sure that happened. Blowing away the Red Sox side in the 9th. 1-2-3 gets Jacoby Ellsbury to ground out to Andino at second to end the game. So the O's win the opener 6-5. Baltimore winning for the first time in 6 games at Fenway this year. The Red Sox have now lost for the 12th time in 15 games. And let's take a look at the updated standings in the Eastern Wild Card, brought to you by your Tri-State Ford dealer. Yankees lead in the division now at 5.5 games. Red Sox lead over the Rays, a slim 1.5. The Rays are idle. The Red Sox, Jack, are playing the nightcap. It's Mattis against Lackey, and Lackey is the latest starting pitcher to struggle for them.
Right, he has struggled a lot. Mattis has struggled for the Orioles, too, so maybe that will end up favoring the Red Sox. But, Bob, it's getting very sweaty for the Red Sox right now. For the lead that they had to now have been trimmed back to a game and a half. And a team like the Orioles, a team that they probably looked on the schedule and said, we can take advantage of them because the Rays have a tougher schedule ahead of us. They didn't do that. Kyle Weiland, he is a rookie, pitching on 3 days rest. Not a good effort by him at all.
All right, want to remind you that in case you missed any part of our Yankees-Twins recap, you can view a condensed version by visiting YesNetwork.com and clicking on Postgame Plus presented by Bigelow Tea. Check out the top plays and here's some of the reaction from afterwards, including Mariano Rivera on becoming baseball's all-time saves leader. And we'll take a break here on the WB Mason postgame. When we come back, more on Mo. Not one more to go. He stands alone now as the all-time saves leader.
Have you heard about the new Dodge Durango? That it can get over 500 highway miles on a single tank of gas? Or about its best-in-class V6 power and towing? Perhaps that it has premium soft-touch interiors and seating for up to 7. But one thing you probably didn't hear is how affordable it is. The 2011 Dodge Durango. Now lease the 2011 Dodge Durango Express all-wheel drive for $329 a month for well-qualified lessees.
Tired sucks. Not end of a long day tired, but middle of the day. Places to go, things to do, deadlines to meet, but all I want to do is close my eyes tired. 5-Hour Energy fixes tired, fast. One shot, back to work, problem solved. 5-Hour Energy, fix the tired.
Jeep Grand Cherokee is the most awarded SUV ever. And Jeep Wrangler has an all-new powertrain with improved fuel economy, a refined, quiet interior, best-in-class maneuverability and ground clearance. And with some of the year's best deals, there's a lot to celebrate. The Jeep Celebration event, featuring the newest lineup of trail-rated SUVs.
After $1,000 celebration event bonus, lease the 2011 Liberty Sport for $199 a month for well-qualified returning lessees.
There's nothing like the thrill of finding the perfect paint color that takes your breath away. And your Benjamin Moore store is the only place you'll find expert advice on the colors that define your style. Visit us online today to get a coupon worth $5 off Benjamin Moore premium paints.
It's too hot. It's too cold. Do you ever hear that? With the complexity of heating and air conditioning equipment today, HVAC technicians stay busy year-round. Lincoln Technical Institute can teach you how to properly repair, install, and maintain residential and commercial heating and air conditioning equipment in homes and businesses. Train on the new energy-efficient systems, which are becoming increasingly popular, too. Heating and air conditioning is one hot career field.
Call now to receive your PowerTech DVD. Call 800-754-9105. Call now.
I mean, he's widely considered the most respected player in the game. I've faced him a lot. I appreciate the fact that he gets the third out, shakes his catcher's hand. He never shows anybody up. He has a great deal of respect for the people that he plays against, and I think that's why he gets so much in return.
That is a sentiment held by a lot of people around the majors. And here's another fun fact. Beyond the 602 saves, how about the lowest ERA since 1920, minimum 1,000 innings? That would be Mariano Rivera at 2.22. And you see a few of those other names, Hall of Famers on that list. But Mariano stands alone in that category as well. And speaking of standing alone, we take a look at our Toyota leaders, all-time Yankees saves leaders. Far and away, it's Mariano at 602. But again, some other great names on that list. Jack, final thought on Mo. The day that he had, typical Mo fashion, comes in, 1, 2, 3, quietly shakes some hands and has to be forced to the mound to take his curtain call.
Right, he's always been a gentleman in everything that he does, Bob. One last thought I had on him was before the 2000 season, I actually did a phone interview with him, called him down in Panama, wanted to ask him about the upcoming season. And he dropped a bombshell on me. He told me that he was going to retire in 4 seasons. He said he wanted to pitch 4 more years and then become a minister. I had to call the Yankees. I had to call his agent. I had to get reaction from everyone. And the Yankees didn't really want to say it, but of course they didn't want him to end up retiring. He was about 30 years old then, at the height of his profession. A couple of years later, Mariano said, you know what? I think this is where I'm supposed to be. I think God's message will get through to people better if I keep pitching. So that number 602 would have never happened if he left, but fortunately for the Yankees, he's hung around.
He's got 1 more year on his contract, and you get the feeling that it might go beyond that. Again, that's just speculation, but the way he's pitching, had you seen dramatic drop-off this year, you could see maybe 1 more year and he'd take it to the house, but maybe that's not the case.
Right, you see the way he has pitched this year, and if he's even 90% of this next year, I would argue that how could he not come back for another season? I think the one thing we have to factor in, Bob, and we have no idea how this works in his world, is that the tug of family. We saw him do that interview in the press conference with his 3 sons. Does he want to be home? Has he gotten to the point where being away is too much? I think that would be the reason. We saw that happen with Andy Pettitte. That might cause him to retire.
All right, so a lot of family around him today as he set the record of 602. But, Jack, you already know that in the back of his mind, he's thinking about what's ahead for the Yankees over the course of the next 3 days, 4 games against the Rays. You got a nice lead in the division. But the Rays are coming to town, and this is a team that's picking up some steam.
Right, the Rays have played very well in September, putting the heat on the Red Sox. As we speak right now, only a game and a half behind the Red Sox for the wild card. They will throw a lot of good pitchers out there against the Yankees. Pitching is what has helped drive them to get them back into this. And how about this, Bob? You suddenly have Red Sox fans who are cheering for the Yankees. They desperately want the Yankees to win, something that I'm not sure that ever happens in baseball history, but it will happen over these next few days. They would like the Yankees to help push push the Rays aside.
All right, well, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch, no doubt about it, as the stretch drive is here in full force. And that's it for now, but we'll see you back here tomorrow for pre- and post-game coverage of Game 1 of 4 between the Yankees and Rays. The batting practice show is at 6, pregame at 6:30, game tomorrow on My 9 at 7 o'clock, and then our extra innings post-game show right after. Now, for all of us at Yes, I'm Bob Lorenz. Thanks for being here. We hope you have a great night. And stick around for Mike Francesa next.
Hey, Randy, with gray on your lip, your curve appeals zip. Your stubble's in trouble. Just for Men penetrates tough gray and puts it away in 5 easy minutes.
Hey, watch my petunias.
The big unit's chillin'. This landscape is thrilling. Just for men.
Keep your edge.
The Chrysler 200 connects you hands-free to available technology like Bluetooth phone, navigation, and satellite radio. Its available Pentastar V6 engine connects you to something equally important. Lease the 2011 Chrysler 200 Touring Sedan for $199 a month for well-qualified lessees.
The road is not exactly a place of intelligence. This is why we engineered a car that analyzes real-time information, reads your handwriting, and makes 2,000 decisions every second. The new Audi A6 is here. The road is now an intelligent place. Experience the new Audi A6 at your local dealer today.
We now join Mike Francesa, already in progress.
here are the numbers for the bullpen tonight, Jim, and not a very efficient night.
Well, and that's easy to do. Again, you got to be on top of your game. The Red Sox hit better than any team, and that offensive first in runs is going to go up after this onslaught tonight. So again, you bring in Rapata. He matches up against the lefties. And he will face Ortiz, and right behind him is Brad Bergeson. Because again, he gets lefties out, struggles against right-handed batters.
Lars Anderson will pinch run for Adrian Gonzalez. Gonzalez got on base all 5 times in this game, and there's a fastball for a strike.
Anderson, a first baseman who one of their more highly rated prospects, came up last year in September.
0-1 on Ortiz. Outside. Brad Bergeson, he just began to get loose.
Again, lefties 4 for 43 and righties 9 for 13. This is, with Lowry on deck, probably going to be one batter, and that's Ortiz for play. And he throws the first. Well, I guess I thought it was 3-0, but it's 2-1. And as we saw in the first game, Ortiz, David will go up there and look for a breaking ball. He lined it right at Josh Bell.
2-1 on Ortiz, 2 on. Breaking ball for a strike. So either he decided he was going to wait for a fastball, although the first pitch was a straight pitch, didn't have a lot of velocity, but it came in straight. 3 straight breaking balls since then. Check swing, appeal to third. Ooh, he didn't go, according to Mike Estabrook.
Well, take a look, and this is what Mike Estabrook is looking at. Big swing, trigger. Nope, didn't swing. Nice little take by David Ortiz. Rapata right on the first base side, stepping right at him.
3-2, check swing and appeal again. He did not swing. So there's ball 4. And that'll be it for Rapata. But Showalter comes out. He got ahead 0-1, then fell behind, got it to 3-2, and a walk. Bergeson coming on, bases loaded, nobody out in the 7th.
Southwest makes the call.
What's the call?
I've got unnecessary bag fees.